Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you spent some time with us on an Off the Rails Thursday. It's Chip and it's Zay from 2 to 4 right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Zay, how you doing, my man?
Not too shabby, my guy. Feeling good, feeling great. Thursday, Friday Eve. Chip, how are you?
Man, we are cooking with gasoline. You know what I'm saying? It is, T-minus 2 days to Texas and San Jose State. Who's excited? I mean, coming back to DKR for an 11 a.m. kick. I mean, got the run and shoot, the spread and shred.
Spread and shred.
The spread and shred offense. Doesn't that sound exciting, even though they only scored 14 points at home against Central Michigan in a loss last week, Zay?
Yo, man, Walker Egypt. He could sling that thing. Got a good arm. I don't know if it's going to go to his team, but he can sling it. It looks good in the air. I will say that. San Jose State's quarterback, Walker Eget.
Yeah, Walker Eget.
Eget.
Interesting name.
Weird name. And then they bring in that Hawaiian dude off the bench just to run. Central Michigan, they were eating that up. They weren't buying that.
They weren't buying that.
They weren't buying that. No, horrible play. Go back to that Central Michigan game. I watched it again today just because I must be in a dark place if I'm rewatching San Jose. I get it. We do this for a living.
No, we appreciate it.
It's dark. I like it. I check myself like, good God, this is bad football. But they run the backup Hawaiian. I don't know how to pronounce his name. They run the backup on the 3rd and 9 when they were down by 2 before homeboys smoked both kicks. The first one, it was blocked. The second one, smooth smoke, just because it was a long distance kick. A lot of guys won't make that. But they run the quarterback and put the kicker in horrible field situation, like field position to kick the ball because of where the quarterback got hit. And it's like, why'd y'all call that? And coach must have felt confident about their kicker because I don't know why you run that type of play, but it happened. Kicker goes up there, smokes them things. That's all she wrote. So
that's all she wrote.
That's all she wrote. So
they had that Nick Nash wide receiver. He's now with the Falcons. Last year, the guy had some good numbers. He was the man, but he gone. So did anyone jump off the screen at you as a guy who Texas has to worry about or focus on?
The Danny Sudero kid.
Oh, Sudero,
yeah, he went crazy. He did his thing. Like Walter Eget obviously likes him. The dude had 9 catches for 189 yards in the TD. So that dude could fly. Lyndon Smith, super athletic, really good vertical. He could jump. So they had some big tough plays. They had some multiple diving catches in that game last Friday night. So their receivers, even though they shouldn't be able to touch Texas secondary, on the G5 level, they can make plays. Again, they got scholarship players too. You got to respect that. But nah, man. Walter Eget, he's a turnover waiting to happen. 3 turnovers in that game against Central Michigan. And they were in it. 3 turnovers. Central Michigan ran it 50 times. 50 times.
And ran for 236 yards.
Yeah. Like 4.7 a carry. So they try to keep them off the field, but they want those long plays. They want those explosive plays, San Jose State. and they do play a very fun brand of football. I'll give them that.
So, having seen San Jose State, do you think the line, it's now up to what, 36.5?
Yeah, I'm taking Texas to cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a pissed off Texas team. Ohio State guys, I saw a lineman on Ohio State saying he wasn't even tripping on Colin Simmons' trash talk. He said he wasn't even tripping. The moment, I forget which lineman it was. It was the one that got caught up on the face mask, the Colin face mask. Yeah, he was available to talk for Ohio State this week, and he was like, yeah, Colin Simmons was calling me trash. And I was like, who you talking to? I was like, shit. Colin Simmons, they didn't fear you at all, bruh. That's why Colin Simmons might not have had those reps. Was Colin Simmons' head in it? Because you're doing a lot of talking. I didn't see much production from number one.
Right.
I heard a lot of talking to Julian. We haven't talked about that, Chip. It's already Thursday. We swept that under the rug a little bit because there's a lot from this game to break down, especially with how bad Arch Manning looked. Colin Simmons, you went out and you reposted Julian Saint's picture after he was named the starter. Now, that's a wild thing to do. He wasn't talking crazy, but posting that picture and then going on the next week to say, oh, I'm just glad they got a quarterback for me to sack. I didn't see nobody get sacked, Colin Simmons. That's just me. I didn't see. Maybe I missed it. I've watched the game 3 times already. Maybe I missed it, y'all. Y'all got to let me know because I didn't see it. You got close. He got close a couple of times, and Julian Saint made good throws both of those times. One completed, and one ended up in a Jeremiah Smith drop that got Ohio State off the field. But all that talking and stuff that Colin Simmons did, then to find out he was talking during the game. And those boys, they weren't letting them get to Julian Saint at all. And he was hurting his team. By that penalty was a huge penalty.
Huge.
Muhammad, holding call right after that. Those are huge penalties that changed the game. So I do expect Colin Simmons to have a really good season as the season goes on. But reality check Colin Simmons. That was a reality check game. Maybe you aren't exactly where we thought you were going to be. Prove me wrong. Prove us wrong. Because there was a lot of chatter for a lack of production that I saw this past Saturday. I think Colin Simmons is better than that. And you got to salute Ohio State, Ryan Day, Brian Hartline for having the plan for number one and not allowing him to affect the game. That's what happened.
Yeah, it was some interesting stuff. Colin Simmons there were a few zone pressures where he dropped into coverage. There were a couple times where Ohio State max protected. Sometimes they would put Trey Moore at the defensive end as a wide 7 and then have Colin Simmons outside of him as a wide 9 to force Ohio State to keep Max Clare in to max protect. So, he didn't have great production. That is true. Neither did Anthony Hill, but Anthony Hill and Colin Simmons were close on a couple plays, but they held Ohio State to 14 points, 3 of 12 on third down, 2.3 yards per carry, and Anthony Hill and Colin Simmons had okay games. Like, nothing special. I mean, Anthony Hill had 6 tackles. Leon Galafau was the best linebacker on the field in that game. So, as long as the job gets done, but still, Colin Simmons, you're the guy.
Yeah.
Your speed, your get off, your ability to dip and get underneath guys and get around guys, that needs to show up. And he had on the deep ball, right? The deep ball that Sam completes, Simmons was right there, but he just missed. So, because Sam got hit on that throw. Sam, best throw of the day for him. Arch had that 32-yarder to Parker Livingstone for the touchdown, the 30-yarder to Jack Endries. I've seen a few. I even saw Chase Daniel doing a review of 15 of Arch's throw. I guess all 15, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, FS1 fired the hell out of Chase Daniel and LaShawn McCoy and our man Emmanuel Acho. So yeah.
So they're all doing stuff from their homes.
Yeah.
Did you see Acho?
I did. Him and LaShawn McCoy. They got
one. Acho did a few things. He did a critique, I think, of Arch, and then he did a critique of Alabama's loafing against Florida State.
I can't wait to talk to Lance, man. It must have been a crazy week.
He's like, Nick Saban will be pulling scholarships right now. Look at this guy. Is that urgency? Is that Alabama effort? No. I mean,
oh yeah.
I heard Kalen DeBoer on the SEC coaches call yesterday.
Dead man walking.
Oh, he sounded shaky.
Shaky?
Yeah, I mean, he was like trying. You could tell he was
stuttering and
he was just trying to be nice, super everything, and
nice to whom?
All the reporters asking him questions.
Nah, man, y'all getting 3-word answers.
Well, that makes me think that he doesn't maybe have it all under control. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We'll get Lance's take on it, because Lance eats, drinks, and sleeps all these press conferences. So he's and Lance was incredibly high on Alabama.
Me too.
He picked him to win the national championship.
Oh, oof. Man.
How's that looking?
Yeah, you got guys that don't care. That's crazy. I'm telling you, Kane Womack, I would have fired him on Monday. It would have been Black Monday for Kane Womack. Something's got to happen. I don't care if they go back or not. I don't know what their relationship is.
It was Manny Diaz at BYU 2013 bad, huh?
I mean, guys ain't playing hard. Like, you got to cuss somebody out. Like, you have to put your hands on somebody. Like, I'm putting my hands on Kane Womack. I ain't gonna swing on him, but you gotta hold him up a little bit just to let him know and feel the intensity that you ain't dicking around, because this is ridiculous.
Well,
like loafing, not playing hard, not running to the ball.
Yeah, we need to talk to Lance about the Kane Womack hire, because yes, he worked with Kalen DeBoer at Indiana. He hasn't, and then but he hasn't coached in the SEC.
No, man.
And is it the right fit? Because
hey, you can't be friendly, Kalen.
Right.
This ain't time to be friendly. I fired my mama if she wasn't getting the job done. Mama, you gotta go. Mama, I'm sorry. I love you. I'll be there for Sunday dinner. You can't coach here no more. You're a liability. You're going to cost me my gig. It ain't coming down on you, even though it should. A lot of this energy should be on Kane Womack, but Kalen DeBoer is going to get it because he's the CEO. And CB might be right. Penix made a lot of things look good, but yeah, man, you can't be friendly around here. There's millions on that.
But here's the thing. I said, my guy, Teddy Bridgewater got Charlie Strong the Texas job.
Mm-hmm.
Teddy Bridgewater, Charlie Strong's best 3 years as a head coach was with Teddy Bridgewater as the starter. Beat Florida in the Sugar Bowl at Louisville. Teddy Bridgewater, kid out of Miami. And Michael Penix. That's CB's right. That he's up there in Washington State CB is. So he saw up close and personal what those Huskies were doing when DeBoer was there. And look, DeBoer, hell, he's 2-0 against Sark, but it was both with Michael Penix and some insane receivers like Roma Dunze, Jalen Polk, McMillan. So
what was their first matchup?
Alamo Bowl.
Oh, yeah. That's right. That's right.
Alamo Bowl the year before.
Yeah, that's when Xavier Worthy was on his way out, basically, because he had all those games and everybody wanted to drag my man X through the mud. We didn't know if Xavier Worthy would be back the next year or not. Yeah, that was messy. Yeah, I remember that now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
yeah, Kalen DeBoer, you gotta let the homie go. Y'all can still be friends. It's gonna change your relationship, but nah, you can't be just standing in the way, taking them bullets. 5-5 in the last 10 games. Alabama, you know how insane that is? 12-team playoff, you ain't making it. Now everybody's questioning Ryan Williams. Ryan Williams is taking a lot of heat too. I'm gonna ask Lance about that because people are killing Ryan Williams. Now they're breaking down every single thing that he does off the field and using that against them. Oh, he paints his nails. Oh, he be hanging out with dolls. So saying all these ridiculous things. But if you lose at Alabama, the teams you ain't supposed to lose to, this is the type of attention you're going to get. So he looked disinterested. Oh, all right. That's not good. What's going on there? You know what I'm saying? Is there any tampering going on? Are there any other schools that got Ryan Williams' number? Hey, son, life doesn't look fun in Tuscaloosa right now. Give me a call back when you get a chance. Hey, if I'm Sark, make the call, Sark. Make the call. Why not? Just check on him. Just check on him. You ain't too busy for a couple minutes. Just check on him. We have no idea. Even though we're stuck in this season, we are where our feet are. That coach speak that you always hear. Cool. That's beautiful. But you always got to be on the lookout. We got years and years left if you're Steve Sarkisian being the coach at Texas. So you can't just focus on this year. You have to make a call for the next few years. Make that call. Why not? Why not?
okay, so we got a question here. Did you guys talk about the Pavia brothers yet? Which we should probably mention that Wardell Mack, Texas defensive back, redshirt freshman. Now, we don't have any of the details, but he got charged with DWI at like 1 a.m. on Wednesday. And
Tuesday night, Wednesday morning.
Yeah, Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. And Sark is aware, said, we're monitoring it. We'll handle it internally. Come on, guys. Uber. How do we get these young bucks to Uber?
Well, first off, he's 19 years old, so that's not good. He's not even the legal age to be drinking. So,
but yeah. He's in college.
Yeah, we understand that, but still.
I mean,
Arch Manning's Waymo Connect. Like, does he not have a discount for the homies? What's going on? Like, what's the point of having all this big NIL money for Waymo and Uber and things like that when you can't pass them around and let the teammates touch a piece of it? I feel like it would come in handy for instances like this. I don't know. Also, Chip, my man Wardell Mack, I don't know what's going on. You're right, Chip. He's in college, but it's kind of like when you lose someone close, whether it's a relationship or lost a loved one in any type of way. Wardell Mack got no tick this past Saturday. 0. Wardell Mack is a redshirt freshman. He came in that 2024 class. So he's had a jump start to be in the position that Grayson Littleton is now. They clearly don't see that this year for him because Grayson Littleton, as we've been talking about all week and what we saw on Saturday, him guarding top-notch guys, is that freaking dude. So if you're Wardell Mack, you're going through it right now, as any human would. That's a tough thing to swallow, tough pill to swallow, to know that you got beat out, especially from a guy that's a year younger than you and didn't have the jump start that you did by being in the program for a year. I'm sure Wardell Mack had his chances to take that job for that star nickel position, but it didn't work out that way. So much so, Chip, he got no reps, not even special teams. Like, damn, y'all can't have him on the kickoff? He can't be a gunner? Like, what's going on here? You know what I'm saying?
Hey.
So that happens, and
it's early.
That Don Julio come calling.
Hey, it's early. It's early. It was Ohio State. We didn't see some guys we thought we would see. And now we're about to see them, or we should. This is going to be interesting because we know Nick Brooks had a DWI over the offseason. He was, dressed and ready to go at Ohio State, big number 71. DWI, look, you got to be smarter than this. It's not like the Pavia brothers who got arrested for public intoxication and then started resisting arrest. You don't want to be tangling with the popo.
Wait, this Diego Pavia's brothers?
Yeah.
Multiple
Roel, who's 26, and Javier, who's 25. So they got arrested Saturday night, misdemeanor public intoxication. Okay, that happens. But then it turned into resisting arrest. And that's when it gets tricky because, and I'm not, again, we don't have the details. This case may get dropped. In fact.
Yeah, they look like they're familiar with the law.
Right, and we know they love to have a good time. Vanderbilt's beating the crap out of Charleston Southern 45-3, so the brothers are having a good time. Diego threw for 275 yards, 3 touchdowns in the win. His brothers are, living it up with their Vanderbilt overalls. Now they got mug shots.
Oh, these mug shots are crazy. These mug shots, they look like they're involved with the law a lot. Like, this don't look like no.
God, they look like Diego, don't they?
Routine. This looks routine. I'm not going to front. Like, this looks like this isn't their first or second mug shot. I ain't going to lie. It looks like they've been here before. They just got that look.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. They got that look. And it's Diego Pavia's brothers. Yeah, they just got that mob kids. Thank you, CB.
And they look like the Melendez brothers.
Yo, Melendez brothers, those are foul dudes. Those dudes killed their parents and were at Knicks games after and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, they got that vibe, man. I knew Diego's Pavia's family was no good. Right when I heard his clumsy
They're tough.
Huh?
They're tough.
Yeah, I know they're tough.
They're from these streets.
They look like they fight just for fun.
Hey.
You know how many times those two individuals that we just showed probably fought as kids? where one had to go get scissors or something like that, and they're out here Michael Irvin.
They're all like 1 year apart.
Exactly. You know they were wrestling and fighting all the time.
Roel, Javier, Diego.
Yeah.
Those boys, they don't play, even with the cops. That should be a ticket. Public intoxication is like a ticket. So don't go resist an arrest, because you know there's some attorneys at Vanderbilt who will get you out of that in no time.
Yeah. And this was
like, oh, we're sorry.
Nashville too?
Huh?
This was in Nashville too, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were probably scaring all the white girls and stuff that were there for bachelor parties, bachelorette parties on Broadway. They're probably scared for. They can't be doing that. Where's the
white girls?
Get off me, officer. You can't be doing that. Diego Pavia ain't that.
Oh, there were some white girls who probably wanted to get with those guys.
I'm sure that too. But Diego Pavia ain't that cold for those dudes to be acting like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, your brother ain't Joe Montana. Like, let's relax.
But I mean, every day is Christmas for these guys, because, you know, Diego turned down crazy money to go allegedly to another school in the SEC.
See, these athletes and coaches need to start being more disrespectful. Like Kalen DeBoer, fire Kane Womack. Screw him being your friend. Diego Pavia, get your brothers out of your life. No more games. Y'all aren't going to embarrass me. You know what I'm saying? Because you know Diego Pavia, he's straight to the CFL. Let's be real. Like, there's no NFL aspiration for Diego Pavia.
Diego Pavia straight to the CFL. Okay.
Where he'll light it up. No diss. There's a lot of cool guys. Jackson Jeffcoat, CFL legend. So that's no knock, but
let's bring Lance in here. Lance, I'm sure, has thoughts on the Pavia brothers. The fighting Pavia brothers. LT. I mean, public intoxication. Every college kid or near age, of course, these kids are all older. I mean, Diego's 24.
I got one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
LT's been
the first PI I got, I've only got two, so that's not crazy. And it's been 30 years. The first one I got was pretty amazing. I was coming home with a buddy from the lake, and obviously he shouldn't have been drinking and driving. This is back in 1996. We get pulled over, small town, late night. And when, you know, he's doing the breathalyzer, I get out of the car and just kind of walk around and kind of sit on the hood. And this is back before you had the, what do they call, the vest cam or whatever, and the dash cam and everything else. So I think cops were very aware, but it wasn't like, you know, they're going to draw down on me and they're afraid, like, for their safety. But I get out and I'm sitting on the hood, and the next thing I know, his partner comes up and arrests me for public intoxication because I was out of the car. Now, I think they were going to get me anyway because it was one of those small corrupt towns in Alabama. I think they were going to be like, okay, we're taking your guy in, we're towing the car. You got to find your way, middle of the night, pre-cell phone. What are you going to do? So I think they were going to give me a PI anyway, but I thought it was complete bullshit. But yeah, a lot of college kids get them. Not a great excuse, but it happens.
Well, they should have realized, because then they got in trouble for resisting arrest, and that's where it gets tricky. I mean, PI is like a ticket.
Yeah, but let me say this about resisting arrest. And look, I probably know way too much about this. Not that I've ever resisted arrest.
Right, it's subjective.
No, but my older brother is a defense attorney now. He's got his own practice, so he's well versed in this. But he was a Birmingham cop for 12 years. So, like, I you know, if somebody, you know, talks back, if somebody, you know, goes against instruction, I mean, there is a wide range of resisting arrest. It's not always trying to fight the cop or trying to flee the scene. I mean, there's a lot that goes into that. So, you know, those are semantics, and, you know, that could go a lot of different directions.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, all right. Obviously, LT, you're in Birmingham, Alabama. You are a graduate of the Crimson Tide there.
Do we have to talk about this game, Chip?
Well,
I'm kidding.
I feel like we do.
Wow.
because I finish up watching Ohio State. We'll get your thoughts on that game in a second, but I'm, finish up my work on Texas, Ohio State. I flip on Alabama, Florida State, or I head into the hotel bar to work and watch. And I'm going, Gus Malzahn is doing it again. Gus Malzahn, who didn't he have like a 3-2 record against Saban when he was at Auburn?
It wasn't that good. It was still a losing record, but he had as much success against Saban as anyone. And that did show old flashes to Alabama fans. I honestly thought it was a cash grab for Malzahn. I thought it was kind of a lazy hire from Mike Norvell coming off a disastrous 2-10. And I thought it was, and I don't know this for a fact, but I know Gus is vested in Arkansas. He's vested in Alabama. And, I don't know how many more years he needs in the state of Florida, but it seemed like one of those moves. Could be completely wrong. But boy, that offense, I don't even know if it looked good. It just pushed Alabama around. This is what is so baffling. And I could go so many different directions with this. And I was one of the dumbasses that said Alabama was going to win a national championship in year 2 under DeBoer. I still think they can turn this around. The frustrating thing is for Alabama fans is there was no effort and there was no energy. And that is week 1. And that is still at Doak Campbell. I know they were 2-10 last year, but they have a lot of history in that stadium. It was a juice stadium. There is just no way you can come out flat. And if you watched it, not only, from the beginning of the game, hey, look, they went right down first 8:50 and they score a touchdown on the opening drive, but the body language was off. And then they get behind, they go to the locker room, they come out, it's pouring rain, and you look at the sideline, there is no energy on the sideline. Nobody's getting excited about anything. I can kind of understand this if it was this week if they would have pulverized Florida State and then they've got La Monroe for the home opener and they're a little flat there. I can understand that. I cannot understand when you wait all off season to show the new culture off and to show what Ryan Grubb was going to be able to do, reuniting with Kalen DeBoer, and this offense was going to pop. And I don't know what's more surprising, 17 points from Alabama, their offense, or 31 points they gave up defensively. They got run over. The offensive line was billed. Pro Football Focus said it was the best offensive line in college football. They got worked over. There was no pressure on Castellanos. He called his shot months ago. Alabama talked about, hey, when the time comes, we'll do what's needed to do. We're not going to talk about it. And they had every opportunity to shut him up, and they didn't. That is, I said going into the weekend, if somehow Florida State was to pull off the upset, it would be the worst Alabama loss since La Monroe, year 1 under Saban. This is a worse loss. It is, based on the fact that it's year 2. You've got a better roster. The expectation, coming off a disappointing end to the season last year was for this team to be much better, and this team looks worse.
Does he need to fire Kane Womack right now? I mean, does he need to get some heat off of him? What's your thoughts on, what's the worst part of this team right now?
Okay, so nobody likes the 3-3-5, and I say nobody, and I'm talking about the critics and analysts and former players and now obviously the fans. But Kane Womack, say what you want, that defense really rounded into a really good defense last year. They ended up number 10 in scoring defense. The problem was they really couldn't stop the run. They were 11th in the SEC against the run. Florida State goes out and goes 236 with 4 touchdowns on the ground. And, Castellanos, somebody described him best yesterday. I was doing a podcast, and the guy said he's slippery, guy that was in Tallahassee covering Alabama. And that's a great way to describe him. The Alabama problem is quarterbacks you got coming up that are mobile that you're going to be facing. Jackson Arnold, we saw what he did against Baylor. That's not even you got Lenora Sellers coming up. You've got John Mateer coming up. Aguilar can run it a little bit. Pavia can run it a little bit at Missouri. Diego Pavia, you guys mentioned. I mean, they've got more quarterbacks that can get it done on the ground. And again, the way they were pushed around up front, it's just baffling. And, guys like Joel Klatt and Brock Heward were on the show this week, and talking to them, they also agree that Alabama was going to be really, really good in year 2. And they said the same thing. Every time they went to practice at Washington, how buttoned up everything was, how professionally everything was run. And everybody just thought this year was going to be incredible for Kalen DeBoer. Year 2, finally his program, Nobody left after spring ball, and none of this makes any sense. None of it.
Lance, love to hear your thoughts on Ryan Williams. He clearly struggled this past Saturday. I think he got nicked up a little bit too, but a lot of people are saying he looked disinterested. Now they're going at him off the field and just how he carries himself. Don't know the kid, but I thought he was a great person, still can be. But again, I don't know him. Just your thoughts on how he looked and what he's supposed to be here in year 2.
Well, Zay, I thought what was interesting, and this was brought up, and I think Joel Klatt brought it up, Ryan Williams last year as a true freshman, I mean, he was great the first half of the season, but, 80% of the time or 20% of the time he was lined up in the slot last year. He was always out on the perimeter. And on Saturday against Florida State, I think he was lined up in the slot 80% of the time. And he got beat on from these safeties, and you saw what probably should have been called a targeting, put him in concussion protocol, only had 5 grabs, 30 yards, and a couple of drops. And that was the problem second half of last season. Ryan Williams, those big plays he made in September and October, a lot of drops in November. And that looked like a problem. Again, you could blame it on new quarterback. You blame it on wet ball. You can blame it on a lot of different things. Fact of the matter is, he is, I believe, the highest paid player on this team, and he needs to be the difference maker. Jeremy Bernard goes 8 for 146, so consistent last year. I think he'll ultimately be back end of a first-round wide receiver. I really think he's that good. But Ryan Williams has got to step it up. And, he's got this podcast that everybody, talks about, and he does all these TikToks, and he seems like a great kid. That stuff looks awesome when you're winning. But when you get your ass whipped 31-17 and you're throwing out a bunch of TikToks and you've got a weekly podcast, and you're making millions of dollars, you got to be able to step it up. So Alabama fans are disgusted. You've probably seen some of these numbers. I ran across one today. First time a team has ever been ranked in the top 10 that lost their opener to a team that lost 10 or more games the year before. Kalen DeBoer now 6-4 against unranked teams. Nick Saban in his entire 17 years, 124-4. So that means Kalen DeBoer would have to win 118 straight non-conference games to get back to where Nick Saban was. Another problem, we're always going to compare Kalen DeBoer to Nick Saban. It is the quintessential, you never want to follow the legend. You want to follow the guy after the guy. And Kalen DeBoer is following the legend. So, I mean, these are going to be the comparisons. These are the things he's got to deal with. I think Kalen DeBoer has done a bad job of answering questions this week. He's been ill-prepared. He was on, conference call yesterday with the SEC coaches, and he was asked straight up, hey, there is a report from On3 about boosters calling for your job. And he fumbled around. He wasn't prepared to answer the question. When you lose week 1 to Florida State, that is one of those things that you've got to have in your head, like, this is real. This is one of the big premier jobs in college football. And if I don't get to a college football playoff this year, there's a good chance that year 3 is it for me. So he had to know these questions were coming. It's just a bad look all around right now for Alabama football.
Yeah, I was on that SEC coaches call, and I told Zay that DeBoer sounded shaky.
Yeah, it was embarrassing.
Yeah,
I like DeBoer, man. DeBoer's a great guy.
Well,
I said yesterday, because, we've got a bunch of people that are like, you're an idiot. You said this was going to be a great hire. And I was like, I can't explain it. I mean, you can say all you want that it's not going to mesh with Southern football. This guy played for a national championship just 2 years ago. He has won at every level, everywhere he's ever been. He's got the question coming into this job was, can he recruit in the South? That has been answered. Top 5 back-to-back years. So the guy is recruiting at a high level. NIL is competitive. It's not where you are with Ohio State. It's not where you are with Texas or Oregon, but it's very competitive. So that's not an excuse. How
many Sabanites, how many Saban players are still on the roster, Lance? Because you and I both know when you've been under the taskmaster and everything's, it's like when the Cowboys had Jimmy Johnson and went to Barry Switzer, and there's slippage because the players know what it felt like every day in practice, and they won and they won and they won. And then the new guy comes in, and whether it's conscious or subconscious, it's like the substitute teacher syndrome. And they start, hey man, we don't have to work that hard anymore or whatever. How many former Saban players, because that is a thing. I mean,
yeah, I'm going to check this. I don't know for a fact. If I was guessing, Chip, I would say 15%.
okay.
It's only 2 years removed, but a lot of guys, went to the NFL after the Rose Bowl loss to Michigan a couple of years ago. Some guys transferred out. DeBoer brought some guys with him. I said there was nobody that transferred out after this spring, but there were guys that transferred out after the season. I'm just rough guess 15%. You're dead on, but it could flip the other way too. It could come in, hey, look, I do this a complete different way than Saban, but your ass is going to be accountable. And the one thing that you can give me every day is energy, and you can give me a good attitude. And outside of that, it's my job to coach you and put you in the right position. But it's also his job to instill that energy and that emotion. And I haven't heard a lot of accountability from the coaching staff this week. I just haven't. And again, when you get embarrassed like you got embarrassed there, when you've gone 23 straight seasons of winning openers, and not only winning the openers, but dominating. And this is one of those games, I promise you, Nick Saban wouldn't have lost this. Again, I like Kalen DeBoer a lot, but there is no way Nick Saban with a better roster would have gone into that situation and that team wouldn't have been prepared to play.
Yeah. Because I think back to TCU, like when Gary left, Gary had kind of coached the life out of his players, and they were kind of tired of hearing it. Sonny Dykes comes in. Those really talented, disciplined players were still there, but they responded to Sonny, so they end up playing for a national championship. Now they got housed, and that program might now finally be coming up off the deck. But what did you think of Ty Simpson? Because he, throws for 250.
I could give you 5 to 10 reasons Alabama lost this game, and Ty Simpson's not one of them.
Right.
I thought Ty Simpson was fine. Ty Simpson, if you would have told me he's going to play like this and not turn the football over, and I think I brought this up to you guys either last week or the week before, everybody that has been involved in these practices said Ty had 2 picks the entire fall camp. If he plays mistake-free, there shouldn't be any excuses. Now, I'll throw some excuses out. Tim Keenan, they're arguably their best defensive lineman was out. He's going to be out for the next couple of weeks. He's a vocal leader. I didn't think they needed him. I didn't think it would be a big deal. I thought they needed him for Georgia. Jam Miller in that backfield. Alabama consistently couldn't run the football. 3 yards a pop against Florida State, 29 carries, 87 yards. They missed Jam Miller. But that shouldn't be excuses to lose to Florida State. But to answer your question, long story short, Ty Simpson could have been better too if Ryan Williams would have held on to a couple of balls. So I think Ty Simpson on the road in that atmosphere with nobody really showing up, his offensive line didn't play well. I give him a solid B in week 1. He was better than a lot of other first-time starting quarterbacks I saw, including the one you watched up close and personal.
Right. So the gripes are on the defensive side. Most.
I think Kane Womack is a guy that Alabama fans didn't like at the beginning of the year. I think they kind of stomached it a little bit at the end of the year because things got better. But I think Womack and Kalen DeBoer, the bullseyes are on those guys right now.
Lance, your thoughts on Texas, Ohio State? Obviously, Arch Manning didn't show out and look like that Heisman Trophy winner. A lot of people named him before the season, but you were one of the ones to come on our show and said Texas could be 3-2 going into the Red River Shootout. Your thoughts on the Horns and that game?
I am going to stick with it. Undefeated Oklahoma. They got a scary one against your Wolverines coming up this weekend, but I'm going to stick with it. I think – that Texas team, as good as their defense was, and I did think their defense was really good, I just don't think they're going to beat Florida. I just don't. We'll see. I think that is a really, really difficult game. Obviously now all of the focus is poured in. You can afford 2 losses. You don't want to take on another loss. I mean, the good news, it was out of conference, so it doesn't affect what could possibly happen as far as winning a regular season and ultimately an SEC championship. But Art, 17 of 30, 7 of the 17 completions to running backs out of the backfield, 0 for 5 on passes, 5 yards or more through the first 3 quarters. He was awful in the first 3 quarters. I know everybody's going light on Arch right here. He was terrible. I thought Ohio's defense was legitimate. We dogged out, including me, like from Jim Knowles to Matt Patricia. That is a bad downgrade. Matt Patricia was fantastic. I mean, I'll say this. I mean, I thought the defense for Ohio State, again, was lights out, best defense in college football last year. But Arch did miss some easy throws. Missed some really easy throws, which I didn't understand at all because it's not like this is Bryce Underwood. Like if Arch literally was coming from high school, first year in the system, you can kind of understand some of those jitters. He's played in big games. He hasn't started big games. He's played in big games. He's been in that system for 3 years. You've got to be able, against even an elite defense on the road, hostile environment, you got to be able to make some of those throws, convert some of these third downs. He was unable to do it. But, you know, I give Ryan Day a lot of credit. I mean, Texas, as good as they are at getting at the quarterback, 0 sacks. I thought Texas defense, outside of getting to the quarterback, played pretty well, obviously well enough to win that game. And I also blame Sarkisian a little bit. I mean, Baxter and Wisner should have gotten more carries. I mean, they ran the football, I thought, pretty effectively. It was just a weird Sarkisian game plan overall. Like, it's Matt Patricia got the better of him, and I never would have seen that in a million years. You could have told me that Art struggles, Ohio State wins this game, but if you would have told me that Matt Patricia, at least looking like it, I'm not an X's and O's professional, but it looked like he ran circles around Sarkisian.
Yeah. It was an interesting game.
Hey, you didn't get your ass whipped. I'm looking at you. There's no shiners.
He said they were nice.
I made it.
Yeah.
Well, part of the reason was Eric Henry and I got to the game freaking 3.5 hours before kickoff. So we beat the tailgaters to the stadium. You know, we kind of missed out on all the mayhem, if you will. But what you know, a little bit more on. So what's your sense of Texas now? They're going to play San Jose State, UTEP, and Sam Houston before they go to Florida, and then play OU. Do you look at it and say, oh, Arch and Sark will get on the same page over these next 3 games and they'll be ready to go? Or are you not buying Arch getting better?
No, I think Arch will get better. I definitely do. You know, name a quarterback right now in the Power 4 that wouldn't be better with Sarkisian and Colin Place. Probably wasn't an ideal to open a season and to open your career on the road against what is now number 1 Ohio State, the defending national champions. I think they're going to be fine, though. I really do. I think some of those easy throws, I think the game's going to slow down even more for Arch. I'm going to stick with what I said. You guys heard this. I think Texas is 9-3. I still think they're one of the 10 best teams in college football. I just don't think we're going to get this incredible separation where, you know, you're going to get more of these Florida States over Alabama, as baffling as it is, just with, you know, the transfer portal and guys coming and going. And we've just got more parity in college football. But I think Texas is 9-3. I think they still get into the college football playoff. And I think they're going to get better and better. Their defense, as good as it was at times last year, I think it's going to be better this year. I really do. And I think you do have two backs in that backfield and once you start running Arch more, I mean, Texas is going to go 250, 300 on the ground against some of these teams. So I think Texas is going to be absolutely fine, but they do have some tough spots on this schedule, and I will stick with it. I think they lose to Florida, and then I think everything gets right, and then they drop another game along the way somewhere, probably Georgia.
Lance, I'm sure Auburn fans had a field day this week with them beating Dave Aranda's Bears and then watching Alabama lose. Talk about that game. Jackson Arnold looked good, especially with his legs. And right now, Hugh Freeze, the seat's not that hot right now.
Yeah, you know, Zay, it was an interesting game because I did think the Rayshon Pleasant kick return kind of flipped the game. I mean, Auburn kind of had control. Baylor couldn't convert some of those 4th downs in positive territory early on against Auburn. That was a factor. Baylor had no idea that Jackson Arnold was going to come out and gash them on the ground. I think they were more worried about their corners and protecting those guys. And when you look at the Auburn receiving room and you bring in Eric Singleton and you got a Cam Coleman and Malcolm Simmons and all these potentially great receivers, I think that scared Aranda's defense to death. So I think they played it safe and give Hugh Freeze a lot of credit. Jackson Arnold, 16 carries, 137 yards, a couple of touchdowns. Nobody saw that coming. Auburn's pass defense, though, Sawyer Robertson cut them up pretty good. And I think if they would have continued to go to that Michael Trigg kid, that guy is going to be a beast. But Sawyer Robertson was really good. And I think Auburn's just got a little bit better of a roster, and it was an interesting game plan, and it really worked out for Hugh Freeze and Auburn. But I think Baylor bounces back this week against your SMU Mustangs, and I think they win that game outright. But we'll see. But, Auburn fans are extremely excited, Zay. This is a game they couldn't drop because they've got a difficult SEC schedule. Year 3, Hugh Freeze, completely on a hot seat. Game they had to win. They got it done. And at the same time, even more fulfilling for them the next day, Alabama gets their ass whipped.
Yeah. Baylor over SMU. Damn. In Ford Stadium.
15-1, your last 16 home games.
Right. Damn. All right. What'd you think of LSU?
I thought at halftime they were going to get beat. I give Brian Kelly and Blake Baker a lot of credit because the adjustments they were able to make in the second half, they completely dominated. A lot of people believe they're the best team in football right now. I'm not ready to say that. I do think LSU is really, really good. If you would have told me Cade Klubnik was going to play like that blows me away. And then the other side, you're talking about a completely revamped offensive line. I thought Nussmeier would be running for his life, and Clemson couldn't put any pressure on him. So, Clemson couldn't run the football. They couldn't put pressure on Nussmeier. They only had the 1 sack, and Klubnik played awful. I mean, Klubnik played – I'm not going to say as bad as Arch, but Klubnik was a 19 of 38 at home. That's hard to do. And then his coach completely threw him under the bus. Dabo, talking about this guy can't hold on to the ball this long. He's been playing a lot of football, which is all true. He's got over 1,000 passing attempts. So, this guy's played a lot of football. I don't know. Weird game for Clemson, but LSU did make a statement. I thought that was the second best win of the weekend. Or actually, I think that was the best win of the weekend. Ohio State probably 2 and Florida State 3.
Yeah. What about those Hurricanes, Miami being up on Marcus Freeman and the Fighting Irish? Your thoughts on them? Carson Beck looked good, Lance.
Yeah, I thought Carson Beck looked good. I thought he looked real good. The other thing I would say coming out of that game, I thought C.J. Carr looked good. I honestly believe Notre Dame's in a better quarterback position, and I really knew nothing outside of C.J. Carr was highly recruited, and he was Lloyd Carr's grandson. I didn't know how good he was going to be or how bad he was going to be, but, he went out there. The numbers weren't great, but he looked really, really comfortable. So I think they're going to ultimately be fine, but that was a big win for Miami, and I think more so for Miami's defense. I mean, Miami had a great offense under Shannon Dawson with Cam Ward last year, but their defense completely let them down, and picked the game, really in that Syracuse game. But there were 3 or 4 where they just had complete meltdowns. But the defense looked much better. And I think they have got a major potential playmaker in this Malachi Toney, this true freshman. I think he is going to be a stud. You don't see it often, but some guys make the game look so easy. And Malachi Toney is one of those guys that's very undersized, but he's going to be shifty. He'll be on the field doing all kinds of things with Carson Beck. And I do think Miami, at least for now, we got a big game with Miami and Florida coming up, though, in a couple of weeks, and Miami and Florida State. So, I mean, you've got Miami will be tested, sooner than later, but that was a big week 1 win for the Miami Hurricanes. And by the way, we had them at Lance's lock.
There we go.
Malachi Toney is this year's 17-year-old Ryan Williams.
Just stay engaged. Play a full season, man. Don't hit that wall.
That's right. Don't hit that wall. All right. Well, let's get into it. LancesLock.com is where you go for the picks. You've already said Baylor is going to beat my Mustangs outright in Ford Stadium, right there on the hilltop. We got a marquee matchup, Michigan and Oklahoma. The Sooners favored by 5.5, 6:30 Saturday night on ABC, LT.
Yeah, I can't wait to see John Mateer against this defense because everybody's like, can Mateer make the transition from playing, Washington State against those opponents to playing in the SEC? Michigan's defense is as good as any in the SEC. We'll stick by that. You guys would agree from the last couple of years. So this is an SEC defense. So he's going to get a true test here. He has passed and rushed for a touchdown in 7 straight games. I mean, this is a special player. I know it's going to get really magnified if he has a bad game because people will point to this is the first defense he's really faced. But I think Oklahoma's defense under Venables is improved this year. And I think Bryce Underwood, if Justice Haynes can't run the football, and he was great week 1 against New Mexico, which is not going to be very good, but Haynes goes 3 touchdowns, 159 yards. If he can have success running the football and take a little pressure off Bryce Underwood, Underwood's going to continue to grow, and he's going to be the real deal. I have no doubt about that. But I do think Oklahoma is going to win the only ranked matchup of the weekend. And I think Mateer is going to make some plays, and I think it's going to be a fun game. I don't feel good about laying the 5.5 or 6 where it is right now, but I lean Oklahoma to win the game.
Yeah, Lance, there's something about Bryce Underwood. You could see the hype, and you could see just that it factor about him. Even though they play New Mexico, Chip and I have been talking about it all week. He's got something to him where it's like as a young freshman, just that confidence and moxie that you want.
I think I told you guys I was in an On3 event, not this summer, summer of 24 in Nashville, top 50 recruits. And I was talking to one of the guys running it, and I was like, who's the stud here? Because I don't really follow recruiting. And he said, it's a quarterback named Bryce Underwood. At that point, he had verbally committed to LSU before they got into that whole back and forth, 8 million, 10 million, whatever the number was. And he was like, I don't see him anywhere. And these kids are just walking around, and they're doing interviews, and their parents are there and everything. Well, this kid walks out, and he's got wife beater on, huge chain, and he's just spinning the football. And you could just tell, like, I was like, that's got to be the kid. And he's like, oh yeah, that's Bryce. I mean, there was just, and I know it sounds cheesy and probably overplayed when you talk about somebody who walks in a room and takes it over, but you could tell that this kid, like if you would have lined them up, like a Nick Saban walks in, never seen any of these guys play, he's going to go, I'm taking that guy. You could just tell there was a separation. I didn't care if it was defensive ends, linebackers, safeties, receivers. That quarterback already looked physically like he was ready to play in the NFL. So my expectation is he's going to be tremendous. Probably the best Michigan quarterback we've seen since, do we say Tom Brady? I think he will be the best Michigan quarterback we've seen since Tom Brady. And I think he'll have a better collegiate career than Tom Brady.
Wow.
Yeah, JJ
was good. JJ didn't have to really do anything because the damn defenses were so good.
Right. JJ didn't attempt a pass in the second half against Penn State in his last season at Michigan. All right, why the hell you got Baylor beating?
Sawyer Robertson, the returning quarterback with the best QBR from last year, the way he played down the stretch, he didn't disappoint against Auburn. I thought he was great. I think this is probably going to be a shootout. I just wonder if Rhett Lashlee is going to be like, hey, let's see if Kevin Jennings can run the football like Jackson Arnold did. Like, don't get away from your game plan just because of what Auburn was able to do to Baylor last week. I just think it's going to be a tremendous game. We haven't seen this one in a while. I don't think they've played since 2016. I just think it's going to be a great game. I really do. I think we've got some sneaky good games. The 11 o'clock window is the one where I think you're going to get some upsets. Right now, on paper, I think Duke beats Illinois. I think Baylor beats SMU. I think Iowa beats Iowa State.
Uh-oh, Chip.
Yep.
Cyclones going down. Rocco back. Why you think that, Lance?
Well, I mean, look, they can't beat Iowa and Ames. They haven't beaten Iowa and Ames since 2011. They're 8-22 all-time at home against Iowa and Ames for the Cyhawk. And Mark Gronowski, we thought this was going to be the answer at quarterback. He was awful last week against Albany, but they ran for 300. They ran for 310 yards, though. I think they are saving this for this week, and I think he makes some plays on the perimeter. I think they ultimately win this game. This is one of those games you guys will give me. Whoever you think is going to win the Cyhawk, they never do.
Yeah, and Rocco Becht is on fire right now. So how's that Iowa defense? I haven't looked real closely.
I mean, they played Albany. I mean, I just assume Iowa's defense is usually really, really good. And this is probably one of those 16-14 games that we typically get with the Cyhawk.
What about Mike Gundy talking smack to Dan Lanning and Dan Lanning smacking him right back?
Yeah, I don't know why you do that if you're Gundy. I mean, first of all, like if you're the Big 12, it's kind of embarrassing that you're going to talk about the difference. You're still a Power 4. And if you want your Big 12 conference to ever get an at-large, you can't have comments like Gundy, hey, we can't compete with these guys that are spending all this money. Although it is true. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But Oregon's won 34 straight in Austin against non-conference opponents. They're a 20-point favorite. You got a quarterback making his first start on the road. And what I look for in this, the number's 20. I tend to lean that I would lay that because of the comments from Mike Gundy poking the cage and Dan Lanning cracked back. And, this kind of reminds me a couple of years ago when Dion came in the first time to Autzen, and he was like, they want hits and we want wins or whatever he said. And he kind of ran it up on Dion in Colorado, and I could see him do the same to Gundy.
What's that line?
20.
Ooh, man, I thought it was higher than that.
Okay. I mean, it's like 3 touchdowns. That's a lot.
I know, it's a lot. It's a lot.
What you got for the NFL slate, Lance?
I got to play on tonight's game as we kick it off with the Cowboys and the Eagles. So lanceslock.com, free play every single day. We have absolutely smoked it. We got smoked on Saturday, though. It was like the one standalone, the big day. We just had a terrible Saturday. We couldn't get any breaks on Saturday. But outside of that, we've been fantastic. But we do have side up tonight for this game. We'll have side tomorrow night for the Chiefs and the Chargers in Brazil. We've got multiple games in college tomorrow, full slate on Saturday, full slate on Sunday. Really looking forward to it. I'll give your listeners a free pick. I like the Green Bay Packers -2.5 against Detroit. I'm killing Chip. I don't plan this shit, I promise you. But I really do like Green Bay. And I think Detroit's going to be good again this year. I think they're a postseason team, but I do think they take a step back with no Ben Johnson and no Aaron Glenn. But we'll see. And look, Packers going to be really good this year.
Yeah. I've got Oregon. This is the only reason I bring this up is because I couldn't believe Gundy. I think Oregon opened at 29.5 and now it's down to 27.5.
Okay, so it is 27.5.
And which is kind of amazing for where Gundy was and now is. I mean, Vegas thinks he's completely lost. They played for the Big 12 championship against Texas.
Yeah.
In 2023, and now they're just dead men walking.
Yeah. I again, that is baffling what happened to them, but equally as baffling is how quick Arizona State turned it the other way.
Yeah. Yeah. What about your Rams? Well, we got Cowboys Eagles tonight.
Brian Schottenheimer, that era opens up. No Micah Parsons. And, the defense for the Cowboys, even without Micah, I don't know how they can't be better. They gave up 27.5 points per game last year, second worst in the NFL, against the second best scoring defense in the Eagles. I'll just go on and give your listeners, I've got the Cowboys +8 here. I don't think they win the game, but I do think it is really, really interesting. I think the offense, although Javonte Williams and, kind of running back committee with Miles Sanders,
Jaden
Blue. Yeah, those guys back there, they kind of concern me a little bit. But I do think the compliment Pickens to CeeDee Lamb, who is an absolute stud. He's never had anybody like Pickens in that lineup with a healthy Dak. They're going to be able to score, even against this Eagles defense. So I believe the Cowboys are going to keep it close tonight. And I think the Cowboys, much like 21, 22, and 23, where they won 12 games and then they dropped back with the injuries last year, I think Cowboys are a 9 or 10 win team. I think they're going to be really competitive, and I don't think the Eagles are still going to be really, really good. But I don't necessarily think the Eagles are going to win 14 games and win a Super Bowl again.
Man, you're higher on the Cowboys than I am. I think 8 wins is their ceiling, but they're in rebuild mode. But hey, any NFL teams you like to kind of rise up this year?
I think an interesting game that nobody would look at is Carolina at Jacksonville. Year 2, Dave Canales. Year 3 for Bryce Young. 2 number 1 overall former picks, and Bryce and Trevor Lawrence and Liam Cohen coming in. I'm not going to be surprised at all if the Jags win 9 or 10 games and win the AFC South. I know that is the Texans' division right now. But I could easily see if Trevor Lawrence is healthy and plays with confidence, them winning that division. And on the other side, you look at the final 5 games of last year, one of the top 3 quarterbacks QBR-wise was Bryce Young under Canales. So, I think that continues a little bit. I think that's a fun game to watch. And I think both of those teams are kind of under the radar.
You think the Giants are any better this year?
I don't. I think they're going to be better everywhere except quarterback. And I think ultimately they can be with Jackson Dart. The offensive line can't be worse. You've got Malik Neighbors, who's going to be a top 10 wide receiver this year. And then you look at what they've got on the edge with Thibodeau and Burns, and you're starting to get guys that can get after the quarterback. So I think the roster is going to be good, or better.
Zay, you got one more?
Yeah, Lance, your Rams, man, how they looking?
I think it depends on Stafford's back. I think if Stafford's back holds up, I think the Rams are going to be really good. I mean, you bring in another piece. I mean, first of all, they're going to be able to run the football with Kyron Williams and Blake Corum, and they get Jarquez Hunter back there. The offensive line really came into its own. But I think if Matthew Stafford stays upright, adding Devontae Adams, with what you've already got with Puka, I think the Rams, and defensively, when you look at the four guys up front over the last couple of years, Kobe Turner, Braden Fisk, Byron Young, and Jared Verse. Jared Verse, dark horse, defensive player of the year. I'm going to go on and tell you he has 15-plus sacks this year, only 4.5 last year, unblockable this year.
Woo. What about Cooper Kupp and those Seattle Seahawks, baby?
Well, that depends on Sam Darnold. How good is Sam Darnold going to be? But I do think, as bad as Seattle was running the football, one of the reasons Ryan Grubb was out and back with Kalen DeBoer at Alabama, they couldn't run the football last year. But I think with Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet, I think they'll be able to run the football a little bit better this year. I like Seattle to spring the upset on Sunday over San Francisco at home, catching 2.5.
Okay. All right. Well, lanceslock.com. Tell them.
Jump on board. Free play every single day. We're going to win for you at lanceslock.com. You can buy weekly, daily, monthly, annual packages. Everything is available. Free play every single day. Try us out. Going into year 12, we will win for you at lanceslock.com.
All right. You were rough on my teams this
Sorry,
week.
Jim.
Had to be. Yeah,
it's all right. All right. You may be right. And then
wasn't premeditated. Okay, call me out. Call me out next week.
All right. Next week I'll hammer you if my Mustangs, not ponies, Mustangs, kick and scream and beat up on Baylor, and if my Lions somehow beat the Packers. LT, you're the best. Let's have a weekend.
Okay, boys. Good luck. Let's cash some tickets.
All right. That's right. Get over to lanceslock.com for the picks. Have some fun. Damn. This could be a rough weekend for the chipster.
A little rough.
There's some tricky games. SMU getting a mad. Baylor, snarling, dangerous, wounded. Jake Spavital. I do agree. Sawyer Robertson looked pretty good.
Pretty good.
Jackson Arnold just looked that much better.
Jackson Arnold, revenge season. I can't wait for that game. Auburn, Oklahoma. Oh, Jackson Arnold. He going to go up to Norman with his chest out. By the way, you know who the guest speaker for game day is in Norman this weekend? This is how weak Oklahoma is. Their guest speaker, while Texas has McConaughey.
Guest speaker?
Yeah, guest speaker. Guest picker, yeah. While Texas gets McConaughey and Glenn Powell and stuff, Oklahoma, the best they could do, Trae Young, the basketball player.
It used to be Toby Keith, R.I.P. Toby Keith.
Yeah, R.I.P. Toby Keith. Nah, Toby Keith's corpse. So nobody's really an Oklahoma fan like that. So the best they could do, actual alum, Trae Young, who's from Norman. He's all excited. Oh, can't wait to see y'all come back to my hometown. He's calling Michigan the team up north, which is weird. Like, what? Why are you saying that? Like, only Ohio State folks could do that.
Right. It's not like you play for the Cavaliers and hear that all the time. You're down in Atlanta.
Yeah. Like, I don't know why he said that. I guess trying to be cute and stuff. But, yeah, that's it. That's the best they could do. Trae Young, who's also the general manager for the basketball programs and has brought in millions of dollars to the basketball programs, which good for him. But
what, they couldn't find Blake Griffin? Eduardo Nahara? No, I'm kidding.
Ricardo Nahara, Mookie Blaylock,
Mookie Blaylock.
Hollis Price. Go down the list, man.
Oh man,
Oklahoma
that's
legend.
funny. Trae Young.
It's tough. That's a tough pick. That's not what you want, but hey.
I'm excited about that game.
Me too. It's a good game.
Yeah. John Mateer against what should be a legit, I'll say legit defense. You lose Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant, probably going to take a step back, but
I think Bryce Underwood's going to put on a show. I'm not saying they win, and I'm not saying Bryce Underwood has a perfect game. He might have a turnover or two, but he's going to have some moments. He's going to show the world why this hype is real. Because that New Mexico game, I can't get over how just comfortable he looked. Like, I get New Mexico's trash, but dude, this is your first game. You're at Michigan.
And he was directing traffic out there.
He was audible in. He doing his pointing, the hand signals. He had a nasty block. There was a run that came to his side, and he got out there as a lead blocker and delivered the boom on some linebacker or nickel. And you're just like, dude, really? Like, this is how you are. This is you're a football player. You're just not a quarterback. Like, you're a football player, dog. I like it. I like that dude, man. And everything told me, man, you shouldn't like this guy. He's what you hate about college football. How he did LSU wrong. Can't even front. He did LSU wrong. But
what would you do if $10 million was dangled in front of you?
I mean, it depends. It depends.
Who's loyal?
I'm a Southern boy. That cold that you had to grow up with, I don't think those millions that he would have already gotten LSU, but obviously at Michigan, they were stacking that paper a little higher. I don't think it's worth that. But that's just me. Bryce Underwood said it is. He ended up in Ann Arbor. Good for him. But come on, he did LSU wrong.
Well, we'll see. I mean, sometimes you get that Pied Piper recruit who changes everything. In basketball at Texas, it was TJ Ford. He changed everything. Too bad there wasn't any NIL back then.
Oh, yeah.
But they need Bryce Underwood to be that Pied Piper who changes everything. We'll see. I agree with you. $10 million for one player? Are you kidding me? No way. But we didn't talk about some of those star performances in the SEC. Like, I thought Jackson Arnold looked really fast, and I thought Lenoris Sellers looks like a man possessed. He is so strong, and he is so athletic. I don't know that you compare him to Cam Newton because Cam is huge. Lenoris isn't that tall, but good God, he's quadzilla.
Yeah.
Because he's got contact balance. I mean, some people have compared him to Vince Young. I would only compare him to Vince Young in this way, that once he gets out of the pocket and he's running, it's going to take a cavalry to get him down.
Yeah. He
knows how to set up runs like a running back. And that's what I always said about VY. He set up runs like a running back. Yeah.
But VY didn't look like if he took his shirt off, he'd have straight gut. Lenoris Sellers looks like he don't got any type of six-pack at all. But he's still quick.
Right.
And he's still explosive. And that's what's synonymous with him and Vince Young. They're just so hard to take down. Like a Virginia Tech player went on some podcast or his own podcast that I saw floating around X social media. He was talking about Lenoris Sellers is the hardest player he's ever had to tackle in his life. Like, he had a good, I want to say it was one of the D linemen, said he got multiple good shots at him and just couldn't bring him down because he's just so slippery. And when you think you got him, the way that his body moves, them tree trunk for legs, he's a problem, man. He's a problem. That was South Carolina. Their schedule's rough, but if they can jump on Lenore Sellers' back, he gonna win them a lot of games. And he's just a good person you can root for. Like watching the SEC any given Saturday and just seeing his family, his background and stuff. South Carolina kid, stayed at home in state, got hurt in high school, so wasn't heavily recruited like he could have been. And Shane Beamer was on him early, and it all worked out. Now he might be the best quarterback in the nation.
Right now, the BetMGM Heisman Trophy odds after week 1 is Garrett Nussmeier at plus 700, Lenora Sellers second at plus 900, Carson Beck third at plus 1,000, and Gunnar Stockton at plus 1,200 and John Mateer at plus 1,300. Arch is plus 1,600 with Cade Klubnik, 7th on the list. Lenora Sellers, man, if he, Heisman has become either the best player on the best team, or sometimes you get that highlight reel candidate, Johnny Manziel, Reggie Bush, and Lenoris is going to have some highlight reels as long as he stays healthy. He got dinged up last year.
Yeah.
And it hurt them. If he stays healthy, they got South Carolina State and then Vanderbilt, and then they're at Missouri, home against Kentucky, and then at LSU. Like, South Carolina should be 5-0 going to LSU. And that's going to be a hell of a game.
That's a huge game.
Huge game. Because I'm with Lance. I didn't like LSU's offensive line last year when they had Will Campbell. And I thought that offensive line was way more cohesive against Clemson. Look, Brian Kelly's the all-time leading, wins. He's the wins leader at Notre Dame. Like, he knows what he's doing. He just seemed detached. Like, you've watched that any given Saturday. You've seen Brian Kelly. Didn't it seem like he was struggling to get through to his players last year?
Yeah, a little bit. He's just a weird guy. I think he's just corny.
Corny. And I'm sure he felt like, he's such a northern guy. Like, he's Northeast, he's Michigan. He won 2 national championships at Grand Valley State in Michigan. Then he's been at, Cincinnati, Notre Dame. Like, he's always been up north. And, like, coming down into the South, I'm sure he's like, uh-oh.
Change.
Yankee syndrome.
Yeah.
And now, well, it looks like he's got his bleep together, because he's, that team fought hard, played hard, and they got some playmakers, man. Number 6 and 14.
Yeah, they got that one tight end that's like 6'8".
6'7", yeah, 14. He's a problem. I mean, Nussmeier, that's like Johnny Manziel just throwing it up to Mike Evans. Nussmeier can just throw it in trade as green.
Yeah.
He
used to hoop.
Yeah.
He looks like a freaking small forward out there. Just throw it up to him. And he went and stacked that ball, and they just gave easy goal line fade. Nussmeier threw it up in the sweet spot. My man went and got it. So,
hey, next week's games, Florida at LSU.
Florida has the toughest schedule. Their schedule is insane. Like they better not chill with South Florida this weekend.
Right.
South Florida's on a high. They
Right.
beat the hell out of Boise State.
Right. Right.
Then they probably looking at the end thinking that FSU game was going to be easy. Now it's not. That game has changed. Say
For
what
sure.
you want about Kalen DeBoer. They still made Alabama look like rump roast.
Yeah, Florida
Changed.
plays South Florida this week at LSU, at Miami,
Ooh.
Texas,
Ooh.
at A&M.
Yo, and DJ Lagway didn't look great this past weekend.
Yeah.
He didn't look great. He was all right. But
I didn't see any of their game against Long Island.
I mean, they beat the crap out of Long Island. But Lagway, 15 for 18, 120 yards, 3 touchdowns. Nothing crazy. But Long Island's sorry.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, 15 of 18, 3 touchdowns. He got sacked once, carried the ball 3 times for 3 yards. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I thought Jackson Arnold looked fast.
he did.
Didn't he look fast?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
He was just, what did he finish up with rushing?
I think like 139.
Yeah.
Those design runs for him. He likes that. Like that was his wheelhouse. It makes you think, Brent Venables, why weren't you doing any of those things with him last year?
Because he had Seth Luttrell calling plays. Seth Luttrell, he did really well at North Texas when he had Graham Harrell as his offensive coordinator. And then when Graham Harrell left, things got rough. Like Seth is a good head coach. You know, when he knows how to go hire coordinators, but he didn't get anyone better than Graham Harrell after that, and he got fired. And then he goes and tries to help his buddy Venables calling plays after Jeff Levy, and historically bad OU offense. So yeah, if Hugh Freeze can, continue to build that guy's confidence, that's going to be an unbelievable game. The Jackson Arnold Bowl.
Jackson Arnold Bowl
At OU September 20th. So we got some good games coming up, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right, let's get a couple mentions here and we'll get into it. Down the stretch. Hey guys, if you're snoring, it's more than just annoying to the person you're sleeping next to. It could be the sign of a serious health issue, and Dr. Chad Denman is a foremost authority on detecting and treating sleep apnea. And through our partnership with Texas Sports Unfiltered, you go to sleepcyclecenters.com right here in Austin, locations in Lakeway and the Arboretum. Tell them that Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're taking $100 off your sleep study. Take advantage of this incredible opportunity to get yourself checked out. Take it from me. I've got sleep apnea. I have an oral appliance mouth guard that holds my lower jaw open. If I don't wear that at night, I don't get a great night's sleep. It's that simple. Like I wake up. If I fall asleep before, putting that mouth guard in, I wake up, and that means I'm not getting enough oxygen. You don't need that, and you will sleep so much better. Your snoring will dissipate. Take advantage. SleepCycleCenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. $100 off your sleep study. And You're getting the best, detection of sleep apnea because Dr. Chad has the best technology and he's got all the treatment options. Don't delay. Take advantage of this incredible opportunity. Cover three. My gosh, you want to watch Cowboys Eagles tonight and enjoy some great food, great drinks, great service, and a great place to hang out with your friends? It's Cover 3. It's no brainer. It's my absolute favorite joint to hang out in. Right there, Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, right up there off of Old Settlers. It's just got everything you want. High-end food without the high-end prices. And you're watching your favorite team. And audio-visual consultations, when you want to watch your favorite team right in the comfort of your own home with a screen so big you feel like you're on the sidelines, there's only one place to go in Austin, Texas, and that is audio-visual consultations, AV consultations. But better than that, all you got to do is call 255-8678. Area code 512-255-8678. And Tom and his crew, our man Tom McKay and his crew, are going to bring everything to you. You're busy. You got things going on. You just make that one phone call. They come in, hang that big screen like a masterpiece painting. No cords everywhere. You don't need to be lugging 80-inch, 100-inch TVs around town, punching holes in your drywall. Just call our man Tom at 255-8678. All right, Zay. I'm getting excited. Let me give you a couple things I'm excited about. I'm excited to see some of these young cats for Texas. Well, let's go back and forth here. Give me a player who did not play in last week's game at Ohio State, who you are excited to see this week or at some point in the next 3 weeks. Ooh, you're thinking about it. You're also muted.
Yeah, good question. Probably Jared Gibson. Yeah.
Okay.
I want to see him get in the mix a little bit.
Why? Because his nickname is Baby Rhino, and anyone with a nickname like Baby Rhino needs to be on the field?
I mean, you would think, but for him not to get any touches, especially when you were so close to the end zone and being stopped multiple times, and knowing last year he was a part of your jumbo package, even though we saw that jumbo package get blown up at times too this past season.
You remember Sark said he should have maybe called timeout to bring in that jumbo package, which probably would have included Jarek Gibson. Instead, they tried to go fast and catch Ohio State before they could get their bearings, and that did not work.
Yeah, didn't work at all. So knowing that CJ Baxter and Contravian Wisner, 1A, 1B, and Jared Gibson, with all the love that he got early in the season in 2024, for him not to play in that Ohio State game, very interesting. So now when you're about to beat up on these teams who are paying millions of dollars to do that, hopefully he gets some bump on Saturday, and we'll see how much he's improved, even though they're playing against less competition. How about you?
Well, while we're on the subject of running back, I want to see Christian Clark. Because what a story. Dude's back from an Achilles tear. He's like a big ball of muscle. Tashard Choice said the guy has Bijan Robinson traits, so I'd like to see some of those, because one thing, and maybe it was just Saturday, but, CJ Baxter and Quintravian Wisner both got to the second level and struggled to make guys miss or break tackles. So So they got a nice gain, but they didn't get that breakaway gain. And, you look at the kid, 29 for LSU. Like that guy.
Duran.
Yeah, man, he looked good. I mean, he's got bounce, wiggle, speed, and Caden Durham.
Durham, that's it.
That guy, that reminded me of some of the backs we've seen here through the years. And I love Quintravian Wisner and CJ Baxter, don't get me wrong. And their leadership is almost as important to be on the field right now with this inexperienced offense. Wisner, you could see him. He was, patting Arch on the head. He was, smacking him on the shoulder pads, keeping him engaged, giving him the juice. CJ Baxter, another positive energy guy. And you got to have those guys on the field right now because you've got a bunch. DeAndre Moore is that way. But like Wingo, Parker Livingstone, these guys are in new roles for the first time. And these guys on the offensive line, like I said, DJ Campbell's not a vocal guy. So he's your most experienced guy, but he's not going to be out there, slapping five with guys as they come off the field, whatever. So I do want to see Christian Clark, and then I'll say Ryan Niblett. I mean, I don't want to see him on punt returns anymore because all he does is let the ball bounce, and that didn't help at the end. But I would like to see him as a possible Jaden Blue, Keelan Robinson type who can make some of those little, take some of those screens and go, because he's one of the fastest guys on the team, and they need juice. They need juice on that offense. Chris Jackson said that Ryan Wingo runs a 4.3, so Arch needs to hit him in stride so that you get to see his explosiveness. Because if he's having to slow down and try to make one-handed grabs high and behind him, or catch a fastball at his knees, that doesn't lend itself to explosiveness. So hopefully that changes this week. But give me another guy.
Let's go to the defensive side. I would say Brad Spence.
Okay. Yeah, he played a little.
Yeah,
Not
that's not much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say Cade Phillips.
Okay.
Cade Phillips, freshman corner, who the way Steve Sarkisian was talking made it sound like he had pulled even with Warren Roberson. We know Kobe Black he played against Ohio State. We did not see Cade Phillips or Warren Roberson out there at corner. Now we saw Roberson on special teams. The guy is really good. He downed one of those punts down there. Yeah. I'm interested, and I want to see Jonah. I want to see Jonah Williams.
Healthy?
I mean, I saw him warming up for Ohio State.
That's not what I asked. That don't mean nothing. Is he healthy? Can he play? Because all I hear about him is not being ready, being hurt. Jonah Williams.
Well, they shut him down like a month ago, so he should be. Torrey Becton should have those hamstrings finely tuned.
All right.
Finely tuned.
Okay. What about Justice Terry? Justice Terry see any clock?
No. Yeah, he should get some clock. They went deep in that edge rotation because they got Lance Jackson was in there in the first half. Zena Umeozulu was out there. Colton Vasek was out there. Brad Spence was out there. About the only guys they didn't get to was Justice Terry. I'll tell you who I really like. Anthony Smith, man. Anthony Smith, man, he hits you like a rocket.
No, he had some good moments last Saturday.
I thought he and LaFau played really fast and high collision. I thought Anthill was looking for the home run too much instead of just letting the game come to him, like he shot that gap too fast. He also came around the corner and he was right. The run was coming that way, but he tried to blow up the tight end to get to the runner when he could have just
CJ Donaldson touchdown.
Not on that one. Yeah, he shot the gap on that one. He shot it too fast. But there was another run off left end where Ant went to cut him off, and instead of running past the tight end, he tried to blow up the tight end to make the tackle, and the play got outside of him. But I think things will slow down for him. I mean, he still had 6 tackles and was in on a bunch of stops, But yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to give love to some of the guys we haven't talked about this week who I thought.
Yeah, I would have said Wardell Mack if all this stuff didn't happen. He'd be one of these guys, but
because here's what Kenoto Hudson said. Kenoto Hudson is the nickel cornerbacks coach. And I asked him about Wardell Mack and Grayson Littleton. They were battling it out. This was right before camp. And Kenoto Hudson said of Wardell Mack, dynamic blitzer, great spatial awareness, elite cover skills because he has already worked at corner, toughness, relentless, and now his football IQ is dramatically improved. He's growing up with another semester in the weight room. He has a year under his belt being at a major university and understanding the tradition and the mindset and the standard that it's going to take for him to be great here. So he's done nothing but been extremely impressive, end quote. That was Texas nickel cornerbacks coach Kenoto Hudson on Wardell Mack going into training camp. And obviously we addressed it to start the show. Wardell Mack was arrested by the Travis County Sheriff's Office at 1:07 a.m. on Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. And
going, school has started already. We're in
maybe he had a night out with his honey. I don't know. I mean, listen, it's college.
Yeah, I know that Don Julio come calling. Especially now you ain't playing much.
He was about to play.
He ain't playing the game that he wanted to play in.
A lot of guys didn't play in the game.
And some guys handle it better than others.
Hell, they only played Grayson Littleton 11 snaps. I mean, that dude needs to be on the field.
Yeah. So you see that happen. Jelani McDonald's getting a lot of those nickel reps.
Yep.
If you're Wardell Mack, that's tough, man. Drink them sorrows away. That bottle come calling saying, you know what? I got to get over this somehow. I don't recommend that, but I feel bad for dude. I do, man, because he got beat out. Like Grayson Littleton came in, only been here, 6 months? He got here in January and stole that spot. Wardell Mack was probably thinking, all right, Jade gone. I got Jalen Gilbo going to the outside. This spot is mine to lose. And then Grayson Littleton came in here and said, Lee Corso, not so fast, my friend. And took that nickel spot and ran with it. And started making plays on Jeremiah Smith, making big-time third-down tackles. If you Wardell Mack, that's tough. That's a tough pill to swallow. all you can suggest is getting back in the lab and busting your ass to prove that you're worthy of getting back on the field. That's
Hey,
all.
I'm not giving up on Wardell Mack.
Neither am I. But
this could have been the perfect wake-up call for him. This may have been what am I thinking? Because at that age, you think you're invincible, you think nothing's gonna happen to me, and then all of a sudden the popos got their sirens on in your rearview mirror, and you're like, oh no. But yeah, Grayson Littleton played 19 snaps is all, and look at how many plays he made. Yeah, 2 pass breakups and that incredible third down tackle at the end of the game to get Texas the ball back, where he's in man coverage on a crosser, and he is stride for stride with Brandon Innes, and as soon as Innes catches the ball, he's on the ground.
It's quick.
He is, and physical.
Yeah. Telling you, he looks like a DeBarge brother. Light skin. I wouldn't take Grayson Littleton serious at all. If I saw him down on 6th Street, I'd be like, oh, this brother, he ain't about nothing. He ain't about that smoke. This guy ain't tough. Look at that Jerry curl.
Now I'm having to
look at that curl. Look at that grease in that hair, man. He's trying to be pretty. This dude think he pretty. Looking like the 5th member of B2K. Looking like a new edition member. No,
I'm pulling up a photo because
I could do that. Yeah.
That's Grayson Littleton.
The dude looks wholesome.
Yeah.
He looks like a sweet kid.
He is wholesome.
Looks like a very sweet child, human being.
And that dude's been through a lot. I don't think he's told his story yet, and I'm not going to tell it until he's ready to tell it. But that kid's been through a lot, and he's tough as nails. He may look like El DeBarge, but that dude will fight you.
Yo,
he will fight you in the streets.
Nah, cliche saying, never judge a book by its cover. Grayson Littleton represents that for real.
Yeah. I mean, Malik Muhammad was like, who's this guy blowing everybody up on the field? Like, not trying to duck out of stuff. Like, he'll take on blocks and destroy them and then run and make a big play. I had so many like coaches and people who are football people who were like, 29 is elite.
Yeah. He's
elite. Like, there was no hesitation about anything he was doing out there. And, he looked totally in command. I think this dude's, maybe I was right when I said Nathan Vasher.
Maybe.
Like, he might be, I'm not going to anoint him as the all-time interceptions leader, but we haven't seen his hands yet. But that dude can play.
We might see him this weekend.
Yeah. Oh.
Walker Eggett, he gonna throw up some ignorant balls. Shout out to my man Ryan Watts. That ignorant throw, Walter Eggett, you're gonna see that ignorant throw a few times. Central Michigan, they were all over that. So yeah, you might see it this weekend. Because this might be the secondary, they're gonna get their opportunities.
This might be the get back week for the secondary.
Yeah, they gotta get some turnovers, man. I need at least 4. 3, I'll take 3, but 4, that's what we're striving for, because you got set back by Ohio State. And I'll continue to give credit where it's due. Julian Sand, Brian Hartline, Ryan Day, they did their thing. That playbook, it was simple, it was basic, but to protect the ball the way they did, the limited amount of penalties that they had, they were as buttoned up as you could possibly be for a big game like that with all that inexperienced talent that they had. And Texas didn't have much chance to get those turnovers. No Peanut Tillman, Derek Johnson plays, not many chances to get plays on the ball for interceptions. Julian Sand wasn't just throwing it anywhere on the field. Like, there wasn't much opportunity out there. So now
Ohio State only had 55 plays.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, wasn't like, Texas was getting them off the field for the most part. The killer, there were like 4 killers. And I'll make this the chip shot. There were like 4 killers in that Ohio State game. And I know it's Thursday and we're still talking about Ohio State, but that's how good that game was, or how important that game was, or everyone's overreacting to what that game was and overreacting to Arch. We're hearing stuff like Ryan Clark saying Arch is not an elite quarterback. And what did I say all off season, Zay? I said, Arch Manning is going to be a much better quarterback at the OU game than he is in week 1, because he's got a bunch of new faces on the offense. He's opening up at the shoe, 107,000. It is a tough environment. It's a rematch of the college football playoff semifinal. Arch had jitters I did not expect. I didn't expect him to miss those crossers in the second half to Ryan Wingo. But then, he throws a 30-yard dart between 2 defenders. And by the way, Jack Endries, he's not bigger than Gunnar Helm, but he might be faster than Gunnar Helm. He's pretty athletic.
Yeah. His blocking was solid too.
His blocking was solid. I had a coach tell me he's Gunnar Helm 2.0, and that's huge, because that means, he earned all his teammates' trust with that catch. 30 yards downfield, and he gets clobbered by 2 defenders, and he bounces up like nothing happened. Yeah, like that gets you. Dwayne Aquino always said it. You want to earn your teammates' respect? Go be physical. Knock their faces, in. Just take people apart physically. That's how you earn respect in football. Well, Jack Endries, good blocking, fast. He's not as put together as Gunnar Helm. He's not as long, but that dude's going to help. But Arch, everyone's like, oh, Arch. I hope Arch has the ability to just put the blinders on, tune everything out. I'm sure he knows, he has an idea of what's going on out there. He can't watch TV. He couldn't watch. I wouldn't have let him watch ESPN unless he's the kind of guy who keeps track of everything, keeps receipts. And he wanted to see who was burying him, right? Because Arch is going to be fine. We've seen Arch make the throws he missed. We've seen him make those throws when he went 26 of 31 against Mississippi State. We know he can make those throws. I don't know. I had one coach tell me it's all Patrick Mahomes' fault.
Yo, what?
These kids think they can throw with an open stance. They don't have to step in. They can just sling it.
Yeah, it's Patrick Mahomes' fault in football. It's Steph Curry's fault in basketball, blah, blah, blah.
Right, whatever. But I don't know what was going on, because, my God, everyone's like, oh, Sarkisian was vanilla. Hell, the first play of the game was one of the best play designs of the game. DeAndre Moore's wide open, 14 yards down the field, and Arch rushes that throw. He's off balance, skips it in the dirt, and you're like, what? I could have just lofted that thing toward the sideline, and he's going to run under it. And
that's an easy pitch and catch.
Yeah, I made that throw in the Cowboys media football game at the Alamo Dome in 2002 when I was the MVP and threw for 4 touchdowns and ran for another against Moose Johnston's broadcast team.
I'll give you one thing. You haven't brought that up in a while, so I'll let you live, but you bringing that up, crazy. And
oh, yeah, you'll hear about it. You'll hear about it some more. Now we're in football season. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I did all that right in front of Jarrah. at the Alamo Dome. But Arch is going to be fine. It's going to be fine. You know, Ryan Wingo's going to be fine. Hit him in stride. He did have a nice 17-yard catch down the field, Ryan Wingo. DeAndre Moore's got to be like, dude, hit me in stride. We know DeAndre Moore is good. We saw him run for that 41-yard touchdown against Georgia in the SEC championship that got him back in that game at the Benz. So, and Parker Livingstone, you know, it would have been amazing if he could have made that catch, the contested catch. But he played pretty good, and they were looking for him. In fact, Arch should have been looking for him more. Parker Livingstone was wide open at about 14 yards on the deep ball attempt to Wingo that was double covered.
Team. Yeah.
I mean, Parker Livingstone is wide open. So I don't know if it's people thinking we don't need to cover the white guy as closely or what, but Parker Livingstone was targeted on some really big time plays, and then probably should have been targeted on a couple of plays that Arch would like to have back.
White chocolate.
Okay. Funniest moment from Monday was someone said, you know, what'd you think of white chocolate? And
To who?
To Michael Taft. And Michael Taft goes, who's white chocolate? And everyone's like, Parker Livingstone. He's like, who gave him that nickname? Quintravian Wisner. He's like, okay, yeah, I can't give that guy that nickname.
That's good.
He said, but good for him.
Yeah.
But good for him. I can't give him that nickname, but good for him. Yeah. So, you know, Parker Livingstone. I can't wait to see Emmett Mosley. I mean, that dude's got to get healthy because he's a player. I knew when Sark started talking about how strong his hands were, I'm like, okay, this dude's making some catches. This dude's making some contested catches in camp, and he's the real deal. Well, hell, his dad played football at Notre Dame, and his mom was the Heisman Trophy winner in women's soccer in 1996.
Good genes.
You know that dude's going to be good. All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Hell of a chip shot, my friend. Before the right call, though, got to give a shout out to Covert BK, family owned and operated for over 100 years, and they are the best. Wifey and I are Covert BK people, and we absolutely love our Buick Encore GX. The process was easy. The process was simple and efficient. If you want to take my word for it for how great Covert BK is, listen to these fine folks of Covert BK.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So this is an interesting story and kind of ironic, if you ask me. So you remember Matt Stafford's wife, Kelly. She went viral a year ago for talking about during her and Matt, during their Georgia days, she dated the backup quarterback. Not because she liked the backup quarterback, but she wanted to make her current husband, Matthew Stafford, jealous. So much so to where Matt jumped in her car, locked the door, wouldn't let her freaking leave. She said this and was like, what the hell are you doing dating QB2, that scrub? And somehow they ended up happily ever after. So Kelly is back doing her podcast thing, and now she's talking about how her kids are experiencing bullying at the school because Matt is involved in trade rumors. Listen to this.
When there was speculation of Matthew getting traded this past year, and then it was a headline that his wife was the problem, and that's part of the reason.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And listen, media is media. They're going to dig and do whatever they need to do to make a story. But the kids at school were like picking on them, being like, well, you're going to have to move because your mom doesn't shut her, or your mom is an issue. Like, she's too loud and whatever. And
Yikes.
so my girls came home and they're like, Mommy, are we having to move because of you? And I was like, because of me? And they're like, yeah, like the Rams don't like you. And I was like, what the fuck?
Maybe I give the podcast a rest.
That's what I'm saying. Isn't that ironic? If the kids are getting bullied because mom is out here being loud as hell
on a podcast,
being messy, like she's being messy. That was a messy ass story. We did not need to hear about your college days and how the only reason why you were dating Baldy backup was to make Matthew Stafford jealous. We didn't need to hear all that. And if you're gonna go put that out there in the public and you have children, stuff like this is gonna happen. It just is. Now,
but she's sitting there talking about how like her kids are getting bullied because she's loud, like on a podcast. The Rams think she's a distraction, and she's on a podcast talking about it all.
Talking about it.
Making headlines where we're all talking about it. And now people are probably asking Rams officials, do you not like Matt's wife? Like the next time they see the GM, what's going on with you and Kelly, or what's her name, Stafford? Y'all don't like her? That's a distraction.
Yeah.
I would be turning off the mic.
She can't do it. It brings in revenue, brings in paper. I mean, not like they need it.
I feel like
need it. Stafford's made a fair amount of money during his NFL career.
Oh my God. He's made a ton.
But still, this is, let mama do her thing. If mama thinks she has a voice, Mama Stafford, then
no, I totally disagree. You know why?
Voice.
Because here's why. Football is a limited window. Now, Matt Stafford has defied that dude played for the Lions and got beat up, like sacked, and he's still going. No wonder he's got back issues. He played, a decade in Detroit. But this dude's made $408 million. What's old girl's name, Kelly?
Kelly.
She doesn't need to be doing a podcast while he's still trying to finish out his football career. She can go podcast her brains out when he's done. This guy, can he have some focus? In a little,
I disagree with your disagreement. This is the time he's hot. I don't want to hear from her when Matt's not playing anymore.
I don't want to hear from her ever.
I like hearing from her. I love that story. I love how Matt Stafford forced his way in the car.
Of course you do. You love TMZ.
Slam that freaking door and said,
you love Messi.
You ain't leaving, girl. How can you date QB2? He's trash. You see me, you see the relationship I have with AJ Green. We're out here making things happen. We're out here trying to play for SEC championships, and you're dating old Baldy backup. How could you? I want you. That's real love right there. I want you. I want you now. I'm jealous. It worked. I want you.
It worked. It worked. I'm pathetic.
See? I'm pathetic, feisty. Joe K, like feisty women. She's feisty. That's all. She's feisty. You know what I'm saying? Matt didn't know how good he had it. She had to go show Baldy what she has going on. And Matt said, no, I can't do this.
No one's talking about that right now.
But that's the same story. That's why the kids are bullying them Stafford girls.
Oh, they're bullying the kids about that story too?
I feel like it all.
Or is this you just imagining and
Well, I feel like it's. I feel like it's the same though. I feel like those parents of the kids that are the bullies.
Yeah, she's a total distraction.
The distraction. So
Which you love.
I mean, I don't think she's a distraction.
Let's bring in the fellas. Let's open up the gym here. Kelly Stafford. Entertaining or annoying as F if you're Matt Stafford.
Can I start here? I've invested in Matthew Stafford's career, so I'm going to go first. She's annoying as hell. I can't stand her.
Right.
She needs to get a job. And this is coming from a guy who grew up with Matthew Stafford. Like she's way too way too vocal, way too out there.
Okay, so
way too controversial?
What's your ties to Stafford? The Highland Park or?
Yeah, we went to high school together.
You and
he was
Clayton
the year
Kershaw?
Yeah, they were both the year below me.
How about that?
Yeah. So that was a lot of fun to.
So you're a Scot?
I am a Scot. Yes, I am.
Did you crack up when Hyde Manning got that T-shirt?
Yeah, that was pretty funny. I'm not
Hyde
gonna lie.
Park football, or not Hyde Park,
Highland Park.
Highland Park football
Yeah.
team is like, the ladies are gonna love me. All right. We'll leave it there.
All right. Later,
See you
guys.
See you guys. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And of course, you, the third member. Text lines open 512-222-9328. Or you can hit us up here on the chat on Facebook, Twitch, X, or of course on the YouTube. You can hit us up everywhere. I listen, I follow sports, all this stuff. I don't know how you guys keep finding people like her and get mad. I don't see it it's never in my feed. It's never anything around anything I do because I don't care about gossip. So I do not get anywhere near it ever. And I just watch Matt Stafford, the football player.
Well, I mean, in the social media age, it's a little bit easier, especially when she gets her name in the news by saying things that she shouldn't say. Like when she had that podcast where she talked about how, he wasn't paying enough attention to her. So she went and tried to hook up with the backup quarterback and tried to make him jealous. Like, why are you putting that stuff on the air 15 years into this guy's career? Like, don't put, and you have a podcast to following. Don't say that kind of stuff. That's what bothers me.
This is the issue. If you don't want a gossipy girl who just wants a ton of attention, do not marry a gossipy girl who wants a ton of attention. That's on you, Matt. You married her. So it's the same person you married. So that's on you.
I totally agree with you. He put himself in this situation, but she should also know better than to say some of this.
Shouldn't. This is who he fell in love with. The girl who walked in the room and goes, "Can you believe what happened?" And they're at a party together, and she's like, "Yeah, Matt came home drunk last night again," and he just deals with it. That clearly has happened in the relationship. It has to, because I know these women. I've been friends with them. I've hated them both ways, and you're fully aware of who they are the entire time. I'm never surprised. Like, oh, that person wants to go on that podcast, and now she opens up. You're like, oh yeah, that's not surprising. That person always wanted to be famous, and that's why they married somebody famous, and that's why they did it. She's the cheerleader from Varsity Blues.
I'm not going to put that on her, but yeah, just have a little bit more awareness for your husband's, what's the term for it? Your husband's public perception. I'll say it that way.
Yes. Let's get into a little talk here today, Matt. Appreciate it. I'm trying to do other things. My computer made a weird mistake, and I'm trying to figure out my way around it. That the audio I pulled of Sark for today, when I downloaded onto this computer from the other computer, it put everything that it came from the year 1899. And so it is much harder to find the audio now when I'm trying to load it into the other screen, because for some reason it is saying that I have cut this audio that I cut mere like an hour ago. He's apparently last modified in the 1800s. So I don't know what happened there. So I was trying to figure that one out as the show got started, trying to figure out what we're doing. But I do have some Sark audio that we cut up from his media availability today, getting you ready for San Jose State as we continue our coverage getting into the next 3 weeks. We also have some new NCAA talk I want to get to with just a little bit. The Cowboys will play the schedule game a little bit later. Get ready for that Cowboys game tonight. But it's where we're here. The NFL season is upon us.
Mm-hmm.
It is time to get ready, get excited, and watch some NFL football, then watch some college football, then watch some more NFL football. It's going to be it's good to get back into it, Matt.
It's going to be a glorious weekend, Patrick. The Cowboys are going to lose by 45 points. Arch Manning is going to look like Arch Manning that we expected. Oklahoma is going to beat the crap out of Michigan, and we're going to have a great weekend.
Yes, we're going to have a great football weekend. I don't think it's going to be 45 points tonight, but we'll get into that. But I don't think it's going to be close, but I don't think it'll be 45 points. I'm not going to go full scorched earth on the Cowboys, but we'll see. We'll see when Matt goes 0-8, 0-17 for the Cowboys in his new schedule game. But let's start off with the news that came out today about the NCAA transfer portal, Matt, that the NCAA has voted to go to a one-time transfer portal. They're going to try and go to one. It is still in January, so it is still within the playoffs. They want to start it on January 2nd, and it go for 10 days. So it was 45 days 2 years ago. They cut it down to 30 days, and now they want to cut it down to 1 10-day period. And they want to do it during the playoffs. This feels like it's almost right, but then still no way this is going to last any amount of time. This feels way too much into the NCAA being like, ooh, we know what a couple people want, so we're going to really swing this to try and get rid of the transfer portal again.
Yeah, I there's 3 or 4 factors to this, I think, overall.
Yes.
I agree with 3 of them, and I hate one of them. The one that I hate is the time that it's happening, which is basically during the college football playoff. My biggest issue last year was that all of these playoff teams were losing players right before a playoff run. Their coaches had to sit there while they're trying to prepare for the playoffs and either recruit or, spend a ton of energy trying to keep guys where they are instead of focusing all of their attention on playing and winning these football games.
Yeah.
Which, you're a coach, you don't have, you hire other people to do some of this stuff, but you need to be involved in it regardless. So I don't like that part of it. I like that they're shortening to 10 days.
Yeah.
It's going to be wild. It's going to be crazy, but it's going to be short, which I think is good. And the fact that there's only one window now is so much better, in my opinion, than having the post or the pre-spring window and the post-spring window. The post-spring window is so stupid. It's like, oh, I'm not going to start. Okay, I guess I'm just going to transfer and try and go find somewhere where I'm going to start and make a little bit of more money. So you kind of take that out of the equation, and these guys that are in position battles in the spring, you can actually have a spring game now. You can actually have a depth chart that guys are going to be looking at heading into the offseason, saying, okay, I'm second string right now. I need to work my ass off this summer to try and get first string, as opposed to a lot of these players who just, when they see they're not starters on the board, they just enter the portal because they're going to go play somewhere else. I love both of those things. So I guess there's 3 factors. I hate one of them and love 2 of them, but
yeah, the timing for me, and I get like the timing is the hardest part because you can't really move it past into February because you want these people to be able to enroll in school and enroll in the next semester of school at their new campus. So you don't want to push this to February, but you have to. Like, you have to at a certain point, because I get the concept is screw everybody in the playoffs. They don't get to use a transfer portal anymore. Only guys going out, you don't get to replace your guys. We're going to try and add more parity into college football, because basically you're telling everyone who's in the playoffs, you don't get to talk to your players who maybe go to the NFL or not and try and replace them in the portal. That if you had a player that was a junior and you're not ready to bring that next guy in, so I get that they want to have more parity in it. But this is really, again, in my more cynical mind of this is the NCAA trying to kill basically as much of the transfer portal as they can. And so limiting it down to 10 days now and basically saying, well, we can screw over the people at the top and they'll get pissed about it. And then the people on the bottom will be a little bit more. People on the bottom will, there's enough teams that are not in the playoffs that they're all for the January 2nd window. All of them are all on board for the January 2nd. So we only have to really deal with 20 teams, 25 teams that think they're going to be in the playoffs regularly, that are going to think this is kind of a BS thing to do to them. I think it does hurt you want to expand the playoffs to 30 games and then put the portal right on top of it. Also is kind of stupid, but I get that you're talking about college athletics. And so college is important. I get all that. And I get that there's always going to be people that hate the transfer portal, because there are examples of people who leave just because it's too hard on them, or they may want to go get a break somewhere else. I do think it helped immeasurably a number of people. Cam Ward is the number one pick in this year's draft because of the transfer portal. If you take the transfer portal away, Cam Ward's maybe not an NFL player.
Maybe. Look,
the argument is he doesn't originally go to Washington State and then he doesn't go to Miami. He's not an NFL player.
He might be an NFL player, but he's certainly not the number one pick.
He's not a draft pick.
I bet he'd be a draft pick.
Do you, out of what, Division II football? If he hadn't transferred to Washington State?
Well, I mean, I think that transferring to Washington State, okay, I agree with you there. If he's Division II or whatever, he's not an NFL draft pick. But I think that, these guys entering the portal multiple times.
I agree. There needs to be regulations on it. I agree. I'm with you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my thing is, and that's another thing that I wish they would have added to this, is, okay, now it's a 10-day window and it's a one-time transfer rule from here on out. You transfer once.
Yeah.
That's it. If you graduate and you're a grad student, you can transfer again. But you only get one transfer, like it used to be back in the day. You only get one transfer during your undergrad degree and your 4 years of eligibility. And then that's it. If that was the case, I still think Cam Ward would have transferred to Washington State. I still think he would have been an NFL draft pick. He wouldn't have been the number one pick in the draft, probably. But, they need to do more. They got it moving in the right direction. I just don't think it's quite there yet.
Yeah, I mean, look, because I think there's probably more good examples of the transfer portal than bad. And I agree that there's probably a lot of really unfortunate roles in the transfer portal of people being told to enter it and they enter it and then there's not another place on the other side. That happens too, and that sucks. But they're not trying to relegate that. They're not trying to regulate anything but basically getting it down to where they'll go, oh, well, 10 games. Well, it's not in a good place. It's during the playoffs. So we should probably just get rid of it. This is not NCAA. This is not what any of us are asking for. So, it also, again, hurts the teams in the portal, because all the teams in the portal, all the teams in the playoffs, most likely that rule will still apply, that if you get out of the playoffs later, you can still enter the portal. So you can lose more players off your team. You just can't add them back in. So, I mean, it's just an interesting, weird place. Now, the portal, I think you only have to get in. You don't have to get out by the 10. So maybe it could still work that you can add those pieces when they don't have to get out. It is, but even then you're like, well, if you don't have to get out of the portal, then that means you're just not at one school, but you're not enrolling in the other anyway. So we don't have to have it at January 2nd. If you don't have to be enrolled in the new school by January 12th, then that time really doesn't matter anyway. So yeah. I don't know. It's a weird, it's a weird piece of it. I think I think that there's a lot of things where it's never going to be perfect, but the entire thought of let's just get rid of it because we don't like it. Let's let the coaches lie to players again. Let's let the schools just lie to their faces and they're stuck for 4 years and screw it because they're kids and we don't care. And screw it, we're going to win. Just screw every one of these kids. We do not care. And programs will care, but the NCAA will not. The NCAA has never, not once, not in their entire organization, ever cared about one child. Not once. They're about money. They're a bad organization. So whenever they do anything like this, I always look at it and go, well, what's the catch? And I know they got new people in there now, but the NCAA is an organization that should have been gone, at least in college football, 10 years ago. And that's why I'm not fully on board with this. I do think you do need to try and get it down to one. But at the end of the day, I get some people don't like the transfer portal. I get some people don't like it. I really don't like that for years and years you were allowed to hit players in the freaking head and give them concussions and then tell them they suck and then ruin their entire football career. And people don't seem to get mad about that the same way. And it happened. And it happened up. And you saw all these coaches who quit because they were like, oh, I can't treat this like the military anymore. You go, you should have never been treated like the military. It's football. It's different. And so there's reasons why the transfer portal was important. There's reasons why it's a good thing to have. It does get overused. There's difficult points in it, but overall, it's a good piece to have. And so the moving it to the second, I think I want there to be one. I just want it to be available to everybody. I want it to be at a point where everyone can make a good decision. Everyone can be upfront and honest about it, and we move on from there. And it doesn't seem like that's where we're aiming for. It seems like let's create more chaos with it because we still want to get it killed.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with most of what you're saying. I'm just glad that they've kind of reined it in just a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, two portal dates was far too
I think
many.
The 45 days was crazy.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
You don't need 45 days. I haven't looked at the specifics of all this stuff, so I don't know when, if you just need to get your name in there within that 10-day period or not. I think that's probably what it's going to be, is as long as you get your name into the portal within that 10-day period, then you could kind of figure things out from there and enroll wherever you want to enroll. But I think that the date needs to be moved 100%.
Yeah.
This should be nowhere around the college football playoff. It should either be at the end of the regular season, like Army-Navy week, like after the last week of the regular season, or Thanksgiving weekend or whatever, and then before conference championship week, or it needs to be at the end of the academic year, like I think Joe mentioned here a second ago, which is in May.
Yeah.
And
which, and coaches don't want that either. But I think if you put it in May, that makes even more sense to the world. If I get, you're going to have the people that are not going to get playing time in spring, but those guys aren't going to play anywhere else in the next year. And so if you want to put it and go, we want to create less and less people in the portal, I think you put it in May, you'll create less people in there. If you, give them some space from the end of the football season, so they get a little bit further away from, being so stressed out or wherever they're at, I may put them over in that world and go tell your team you're going to be out, and then you transfer and see if you can find a new home. But I think teams would then go back to trying to build more out of high school as well. We wouldn't see, every year we still get to see the thing of the UNC this year. It didn't work, but UNC had 70 new players.
Yeah.
35 freshmen and 35 transfers. That's a lot of players to bring in a 10-day period of transferring. So it's an interesting world of the next piece. I do not trust the NCAA whatsoever. I don't think they have the best interest in mind. I think they stick old, and they will always use the worst case scenario of this guy transferred 4 times. He was a jerk. He did it for more money, and he lied to everybody else. But outside of that, I just don't trust the NCAA.
Yeah, no, I don't either. I would like to see the days of, the North Carolina 70 new players, Colorado 40 new players, Texas Tech had a ton of new players. Like I want to see all that go away. There's so much. There's been so many players I think who have entered the portal just in a very reactionary fashion.
Yeah.
Like something bad happens, there are all just all of a sudden like, oh, I'm out. I'm not dealing with this anymore. I'm entering the portal. I can do whatever I want. I'm going to go somewhere else. Whereas if you put the portal period at the end of the spring semester, it allows those guys to kind of sit there and think about their decision and make probably a more educated, choice on what they're going to do. Like, do I really want to leave a program? Like, I'll just use Texas as an example because this is Texas Sports Unfiltered. If I'm a Texas player and I'm thinking about entering the portal, do I really want to leave somewhere where, I'm going to get an Ivy League level education because Texas is technically an Ivy League school.
Yeah.
I'm going to have awesome NIL opportunities. I'm going to have chances to compete for a national championship. And if I just work really hard, I'll have a good chance of getting on the field because I'm a really talented guy. To go somewhere like, Texas State or, a program like Oklahoma State or one of these lesser Power 5 programs where you're probably going to play more, but it's not going to up your chances of getting into the NFL. It's not going to up your chances of getting a good degree, any of those kinds of things. There's certain places you could go where that would be the case, but by and large, a lot of these guys that transfer out end up somewhere like, a smaller Texas school or, a smaller Power 4 school where it's not going to help their chances to get into the NFL any more than that. They would be better off staying at Texas. And I think that there's a couple of examples of that from last year alone. I'm not going to get into it, but that kind of stuff happens. So giving them more time to kind of marinate on it and make an informed decision, I think would be best for both parties.
Yeah, I agree. But I also think there's a lot of players who want to play football. They realize that this may be their last shot to ever play. They're never going to get on the field where they're at.
Sure.
And they want to go play football. And I think, unfortunately, there's a lot of players in football who could give two rats' asses about graduating from anywhere. They never wanted to graduate. They never wanted to play. They never wanted to play student. They never wanted to go to school. They wanted to play football. And that's it. And maybe they're going to go try and make in the CFL or wherever else. But they're fully aware that I'm not graduating. I don't want to. I don't want to go to class. I don't care. Now, most of those people are not going to Texas to originally. Like, Sark's not necessarily recruiting those people a lot. So that's not necessarily a Texas thing, but there's plenty of other schools that recruit plenty of guys who have no problem and would really rather not do the school part. And so if I'm not playing at Georgia, just as an example, if I'm not playing at Georgia and I realize, well, I can go play at Georgia Tech, still be in the Georgia area, still have all these things, get some playing time now because I'm a better player than those guys have. So I can go play at Georgia Tech. My NFL dream might not be there, but I can still maybe go to the CFL or something like that. And quite frankly, I was never going to graduate from Georgia. It wasn't going to happen. So I'm just fine moving down and transferring out and going to play. I think that happens plenty around as well. And I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of people too who are like, I'm going to graduate, but I don't care where the degree's from. I know at Texas, that degree is something really special. But if you want to play football, you want to play football. We watched enough movies about that exact point plenty of times this year, Matt, that people sometimes are like, I just want to play. So all those pieces together, it really, at the end of the day, all that came out today was that they're moving to 10 days instead of 30. And they want to put it January 2nd to January 10th. But we'll see. I mean, if that's what they do, we'll see. I have a feeling the Power 4 conferences will fight back on that. For the most part, that they will not be thrilled about that because, again, that is taking away your best team, your best chances to win the title are getting hurt in those moments. And so you just don't want to see that. And we know that Big Ten is thriving off of winning titles right now. So they don't want to see that happen.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes. I just, there's just been a lot of cases of players who transfer too soon.
I agree.
Or things like that. So the more that they kind of reel it in and make it more difficult to make those decisions, I think it's for the best. And there's obviously, Sooner Cowboys, I agree. There's obviously, examples where it works out best for both parties. It seems like it's going to work out great for John Mateer. It worked out really well for Cam Ward. A lot of other guys, seems like it's going to work out okay for Jackson Arnold, but there's far too much. The players have far too much freedom to do whatever the hell they want to do.
No, I agree.
In today's version of it.
It's the concept of saying you shouldn't be able to make a mistake by transferring, but if you made a mistake by going to the wrong school and the coach lied to your face, you should be able to get out of there. And
absolutely.
And maybe it wasn't a coach, maybe it was an assistant coach, maybe it was somebody else in there who, man, you're going to be starting. And then he goes back, you go, oh, I said you could be starting. Well, I said if you worked hard, and you're like, no, man, you told me I was going to be starting. And then I got here and you go, oh, you'll start your senior year. I didn't come here to practice for 3 seasons. That's not what I came here for. I literally I passed on by other schools that would give me a better coaching, a better education because you told me I could start my freshman season. And now you're not going to play me. Like that happens. And it used to happen way, way more because there's nothing you can really do about it. And so now good programs don't normally do that. Bad programs do that. Bad coaches do that. So at the end of the day, it ends up with, there is no perfect world in any of this. It's too many people. There's too many young people involved too for everything to work out. But look, I'm happy the NCAA is trying to fix things, but I don't trust the NCAA to fix things.
No, neither do I.
It's like a drunk guy at a party when he throws up and then he's like, I'll clean it up. And you're like, no, don't let somebody who's not drunk clean this up. Because now there's 14 towels on the ground and you're like, all of the good things are being used to clean up vomit. I don't want that. So don't be doing that. Matt, let's get into a little audio, talk a little San Jose State. Sark spoke to the media today. Sark spoke first. We'll play. He spoke about the noise that the next 3 weeks are games that should be winnable for Texas. These are winnable games, games that you're going to be projected to win by 30 plus points in the next 3 weeks. So Sark Sark was asked about, are you worried about the noise about playing these teams to get to your team and maybe not perform at the level, maybe not build what they need to build before you get to your SEC schedule and not take these seriously enough? Here's what Sark had to say about that.
I don't worry about it because of the outside noise. I worry about it because I think that's human nature, right? And so as a coach, how do you combat that? What do we do on Monday morning to get ourselves prepared for a ball game? What do we do to try to minimize players looking too far down the road and focus on the task at hand of what's right in front of them? And so it's not so much about what anybody outside the building thinks or doesn't think. It's truly what I believe. And, I've been doing this long enough to know that human nature is human nature and we can get caught in that trap. And so sometimes you coach them harder. Sometimes you point out the slightest of details that could be off to make sure that the screws are tightened up really tight and that we're ready to play.
So there's Sark saying this is a good lesson for us early on to be strong in ourselves and work within ourselves and build. But this is over the next 3 weeks, there is kind of a mental toughness you have to build. That's not the same mental toughness you have to build to go on the road and play at Florida and play at the Cotton Bowl for Oklahoma. But it is a mental toughness of being Texas, where we can look at that Texas-Ohio State game and say Texas beat Texas a lot of times in that game. They made their own mistakes too many times. These next 3 weeks, mentally, you have to get into the world of we need to make no mistakes. We are playing against ourselves. We need to go out there and no penalties. If I have no penalties, I have no missed tackles, I have no missed plays, or I didn't miss a block or anything like that. That type of mentality needs to be good for the next 3 weeks.
Yeah, I totally agree. You need to come out and set a standard that, last week was an off week and that you're going to go in and you're going to dominate your opponent and win in every facet of the game. Not just making plays individually, but winning in the team game. Taking care of your specific assignments, running the right routes, not having these pre-snap issues, for Arch working on his mechanics in the short passing game, those kinds of things. And it's that's what these games are for. And you have to kind of approach it as in that kind of light where, we've got 3 weeks to get this right. We need to be on our best every single play of every single game over the next 3 weeks so that we're ready to go into our SEC schedule, because our end goal is still competing for a national championship.
Yeah. Your first goal is we still are 0-0 in the SEC. We can still win the SEC. We are not 0-1 in the SEC. We're 0-0, just like everybody else is. So, we need to be able to walk into those games and go win an SEC title. And then we're good to go. We're the SEC champs. We're walking into the playoffs. No matter. So let's go. That's our next goal. Let's go win the SEC championship. And mentally to be able to kind of reset that over the next 3 weeks, but not lose any focus is difficult. Sark has done it before, though. He's gotten the teams ready. I think again, this is talking about having that matchup week 1 as opposed to week 2 or week 3, where you kind of get that little mental break. This is, you got really tested early, you lost, so now you're kind of sitting in that loss for a while. There's just a lot of mentally you have to do to get over that and move on. And we'll see against San Jose about if they're going to, the penalties to me are a big piece of that game. How many false starts? And I know you're home. I know it ain't going to be as loud because San Jose State at 11 a.m. It's not like it's going to be a raucous crowd when you're going out there to play offense. But is it 1 or is there 3? Is there 3 dumb penalties like that? Are we getting hands to the face again? Because we got 2 of those. I think that those pieces are kind of what you're looking for. But Sark also wanted to talk about building the physicality more, and that they built the physicality more this week at practice. And that's another piece. It's easier to be more physical with a team that is also very physical. You're going to go up against San Jose State, and you're just going to be bigger and stronger. Don't feel bad. Go be physical. Here's Sark talking about building that physicality for this team as well.
Yeah, it's been something that we've been preaching going all the way back to spring practice. We had very physical practices in spring ball. It went all the way to training camp. I thought we had a very physical training camp. And I would say Tuesday and Wednesday this week, from a pure physicality standpoint, especially in our team run settings, was probably better this week than it was last week. And again, like I said, I thought we ran the ball very effectively against one of the better defensive fronts probably in the country. And I thought we defended the run really well. I think we held them to, 2-point-something yards per carry. We rushed the ball for nearly 170 yards. And so those are good signs for us. Now we've got to be better. You never say, hey, we've arrived. We need to be better there. And I think we can be, but surely that from that aspect of the game, we're off to a pretty good start that way.
So building out the physicality those next 3 weeks, you do want to see, like you did pretty well in the trenches against Ohio State. You weren't bad in the trenches. Your defensive line didn't necessarily get the edge rushing that you wanted to see, but that was also part of the Ohio State plan. But they didn't run the ball really super effectively on you. And they have a good offensive line. They weren't able to do that. And you protected your quarterback pretty well. And you ran for a bunch of yards. So all of those pieces put together, you kind of won some in the trenches. Now you're going up against San Jose State this week. You have to really win in the trenches. You have to take that next level of not just being able to win in your blocks, but winning in the next block, winning downfield. And if you're a defender, you have to be able to beat double teams in these weeks and really step up to be that next level player in these next 3 weeks.
Yeah, and I think that part of it is exactly what you said. And another part of it is learning the mentality over these next 3 weeks to break somebody's will. Being so physical that you're blowing them off of the line, driving them into the ground so that on the next play, specifically along the offensive line, so on the next play, that San Jose defensive tackle is like, I really don't want to do that again. And just doing that over and over again, building up that mentality and that physicality over the next 3 weeks, I think is going to be critical going into Florida. Because if you can start to do that consistently, and then you get into a place like the Swamp and do that to a team like Florida, which will be obviously much more difficult. But if you can do that, you take them out of the game early, you take the crowd out of the game early when they see, Connor Stroh pull to the left side and just pancake a guy on the edge, and CJ Baxter runs for 25 yards. Yeah. You can do that kind of stuff at a consistent rate. And then on the defensive side, I thought that they did great defensively in the trenches last week. There was I mentioned it yesterday, but there was the kind of meme moment with Murad Watson where he got pushed back like a block shed, which happens with a block sled. I mean, that's what happens sometimes. But overall, I thought they held up very well. I think the edge rushing is going to come because there's, not every team is going to try to have the same plan that Florida did with a first-time starting quarterback dropping, 2 steps back and throwing a screen pass. So that stuff's going to come. The physicality that I want to, and I do want to see physicality on the defensive side of the ball, don't get me wrong. But I think the most important aspect of that is in the offensive line and the running game to me over these next couple weeks.
Sark also spoke about freshmen and some of the freshmen you may be able to see that he kind of wants to see step up, and some of the freshmen you may be able to see this week over the next few weeks because we didn't really get to see a ton of those guys early on in the Ohio State game because we didn't want to make any mistakes. Now he talks about kind of opening that a little bit up more.
As far as other guys that I think are ready to kind of step into a fold, I love where Dalen McCutcheon is at. I'm excited about him. I'm excited about Nick Townsend and Amari Winston, a couple other true freshmen that I think have made great strides for us. Lance Jackson is a guy who stepped in and got some opportunities last game. Looking forward to seeing him more with some of the opportunities that he gets. And then some other names that maybe aren't true freshmen, but guys that I'm looking forward to playing. I'm looking forward to seeing more of Xavier Filsaime. I'm looking forward to seeing more of Christian Clark and Jarrett Gibson. I'm looking forward to seeing more of Kobe Black. He had some ops, but seeing more of him. So we got plenty of guys that we're looking forward to, and I think the weather's gonna dictate to us that we're gonna have to play more of these guys on Saturday, as warm as it can get. Obviously with the 11 a.m. kick at DKR.
There's Sark speaking about the media, and I mean, in all reality, or speaking to the media about the freshmen that may play in this game, and in all reality, this is a big piece for the team over the next 3 weeks to find those extra little pieces that can help them out going down when you get to SEC play. Like you mentioned, Xavier Filsaime, that's a big piece. If you get another safety that you can put in that rotation and start to trust. Jarrett Gibson, Christian Clark, do you have another guy you can put in there that maybe has something else that your guys don't have? Maybe has that like little special power. When you're in a video game and you're choosing guys and they have like the little special thing. Do you have any freshmen that have one of those? Is it one of the wide receivers that you're like, oh man, when he turns his jets on the outside or he changes pace and he just has a little wiggle move that he can do, and he's going to leave these guys in the dust, and it's 6 every time. Those pieces I think are going to be really interesting for if they can find anybody who can do that. But you're going to see a lot play. You just want to get that lead up to like 21 or so. And then you're like, all right, let's start making it a little bit more fun. Then get it up to like 35. Let Arch come out. Let some maybe like KJ Lacey, Trey Owens, see if those guys can come in and get a little bit of reps. You just kind of want to build on it and build on it.
Yeah, there's some freshmen that I certainly want to see get some run on Saturday. KJ Lacey's one of them. A lot of these guys, I think, I don't know. Like, so some of these tight ends, like Amari Winston and Nick Townsend, these guys are super athletic. I want to see them get out and run in some space and try and get some receptions. But the one that I really, really, really want to see out of all the players that he mentioned is Christian Clark.
Yeah.
Because from what I heard during camp, and this isn't to put too much pressure on the kid in any way, shape, or form, but people were mentioning Bijan Robinson with him in the way that he's able to make cuts. So you talk about a kid having a special trait that he can add to the game that can break things open and that can be, a wrinkle that you add to your offense. What would be better than a running back who can plant his foot in the ground and cut and just burn you for a certain amount of yards, or somebody who's quick and can make people miss, as opposed to like a Trey Wisner, who's not quick, but he's not, as shifty as a guy like Bijan Robinson or Jaden Blue or something like that. And CJ Baxter is more of a hammer. So if you can add a third element to that running game that really changes things up depending on who's on the field. I think that would be tremendous for this offense. And I'd like to see some of these freshman receivers get in. You know, Dalen McCutcheon's one of them. I really want to see Jamie French and Khalil Lockett.
Yeah.
I want to see what those guys can do on a college football field. Specifically, Jamie French is somebody who's really intriguing to me. He hasn't, you haven't really heard his name a lot throughout camp necessarily, but I've watched this guy a lot from his high school tape and in camps and stuff like that. And his body control in the air and his ability to make, contested catches and really, do special things with the, in that element, I think is something that this offense could desperately use. So if you can get that guy in the game and maybe he surprises some people, it's like, okay, maybe we can play this guy now next week against UTEP and see how he does there. And then a couple weeks from now, it's like, I don't know if we can keep this guy off the field against Florida.
Yeah.
So you want to get these guys as many reps as you can so you can see what you have for later in the season, because you want to be as deep as you could possibly be.
No, I agree. And on the Christian Clark, I agree that what we had heard of the guys that we're really excited about that we hadn't seen a lot of was Christian Clark was one of those guys. Grayson Littleton was one of those guys. Parker Livingstone was one of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
And we know two of those guys played really well at Ohio State. Parker Livingstone had the only touchdown. Grayson Littleton played well. Here's what Sark had to say about Grayson Littleton today.
Grayson, I think to everybody else, this was a surprise, but I don't know how many more times I could have come on a press conference with you guys and referenced Grayson Littleton throughout spring ball, throughout training camp, of a guy who'd been performing at a really high level for us. You kept wanting to ask me about other people, and I kept bringing up Grayson Littleton. And so it was great to see that he actually got a chance to go out there and show what he was capable of. And there's definitely room for improvement for him, but boy, for that guy in that environment in his first game, to play the amount of snaps he played at critical moments, some critical third down plays, third down stops, tackles, very impressed by him. And, he's got work to do, but definitely the future's bright.
There's talking about Grayson Littleton. Yeah, I mean, you've got work to do because he is a true freshman. But if you see that's your starting point against Ohio State, I mean, he could say, you guys try to change the subject. We're like, we know you like Grayson Littleton. We all seem we're fully aware of the love of Grayson Littleton. And, over these next few weeks, you're going to see, I think, looking forward to seeing him against San Jose State and be like, all right, does he have ball hawk in him too as a true freshman? Is he a shutdown guy, or is he already as a true freshman? Could he make a big play on that defensive side of the ball?
Yeah, we talked about the last couple months. Who's going to be the Anthony Hill, Colin Simmons that comes on freshman year and you just can't keep him off the field because he's that good early on. I don't think that Grayson Littleton at the beginning was on any of our minds.
No.
He was kind of a late commitment. I think he flipped from Clemson, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that. And everybody was like, oh, it's going to be Justice Terry because he's just this big, mammoth, athletic specimen of a human being that's going to be a dominant force. But, man, this guy's just – he was every snap that he played, to me, it seemed like he was in the right place at the right time. He made a couple plays on the ball against Jeremiah Smith, who a lot of people think is the best player in college football, and they were PBUs. Like, doing that as a true freshman in the first game you've ever been in your entire life at the shoe is something very special. So how is he going to be able to kind of carry that forward throughout the season is going to be super interesting. If he's starting at the star position, I think he's going to be matched up on that San Jose State receiver whose name is Sedero. Yeah, the 5'9", 170-pound speedster guy. That's going to be a fun matchup. Like, can he keep, like, this guy's a speedster, so this is going to be another challenge for you as a true freshman. Can you keep up with his speed in the slot and keep him from making an impact in the game? I think that's going to be really fun to watch.
Speaking of players who could make an impact defensively, Sark was asked, basically, he's mentioned before about guys who have a knack for getting the football. And maybe it's forcing a fumble or an interception or whatever it is, but creating turnovers. Sark was asked about who he feels on this team has a knack for creating those big turnovers.
Yeah, I think Leon Lafau has got a definite knack for getting the football off of people. He did that for us a year ago, and I expect him to do that for us this year. He's a guy that jumps out right away. I think both Burke and Colin Simmons have a knack of getting the ball off the quarterback, rushing the passer. I think Jelani McDonald is a guy in the secondary who's had a knack for creating turnovers, does a great job in zone coverage of feeling quarterbacks. And I think Manny Muhammad has done a great job throughout his career with communication, of alerting guys of things that can come so that guys can be a little bit more aggressive to specific plays, especially in critical moments. Had a great play last year against Vanderbilt on a 4th down that we got an interception by Lafau on. So, a lot of those guys have a ton of experience at doing it, and then they need to be the catalyst as other guys continue to come along to get the ball off of people.
So there are a couple names for you. Leon Lafau is a guy who really likes to get turnovers out of that linebacker court. Another reason why he stays on the field. Then you throw in, of course, the edges. They can hit a quarterback hard enough to pop that ball out, know how to go in there and use their lower hand, whatever hand is going to be lower, to try and knock that ball out of the quarterback's hand as well. But an interesting piece there at the end with Manny Muhammad, talking about it, where he wasn't even necessarily saying Manny Muhammad was involved in making the turnovers last year, but as a guy who could identify things and maybe shout it to his teammates and let everybody know they're about to do something right by you. Be ready. They're going to slant. It's a slant, or they're going to do something. So Lafau gets in there and makes a turnover, or somebody else can make a play. That was interesting. I think that is too. We talked about Manny Muhammad, a different clip today that I don't have, but I think it is kind of this interesting world of, you talk about football IQ. It seems like Muhammad has all of that, and now it's just becoming more aggressive in it and trusting that you can take one step, away from being a perfect defensive stance to go up and get the ball and make the interception. I think that's kind of where he's going. Again, just kind of building up that confidence of, look at what what's out there. You're seeing everything right. So you just now need to act on those instincts.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the part of his game that we'd all love to see him take a step forward in. He's always been a shutdown guy. If he can add the ball hawk nature, the playmaking nature to his repertoire, then he's going to have an All-American type season, I think. It's one thing to be vocal and say, hey, this is where something's going to be. It's another thing to be like, oh, I know that something is going to be there. Let me go get the ball. So I'd love to see him be able to do that. And on Leon Lafau, I remember there being a little bit of talk during camp, like, oh, Anthony Smith's really coming along. He might steal that job from Leon Lafau. And then I watched Leon Lafau against Ohio State, and I was like, dude, this guy could be this year's Michael Taff. Like, he was always in the right place at the right time. He was laying the wood. He was tackling really well. It just seems like he's really, really taken a step forward, and he can have an absolutely massive year. And let's not forget, if it wasn't for him getting his hand out of place on that one goal line play, I mean, Texas gets a safety right there, and he forces that because somebody had to hold him in the end zone. Yeah. So he was everywhere against one of the best football teams in the country. I expect that to continue throughout the season. And I mean, he was Texas's best defensive player on Saturday, and that's not the name I would have picked for that.
No, he was, but he is a guy that you knew forced himself on the field because he was basically Anthony Hill's backup, and they were like, we cannot have him on our bench. And then he is proving why that is still the case as we get into this season. Another player, go ahead.
Do you want to know what his superpower is now?
What's that?
I figured out why he's so good.
What is that?
It's because he's got that like little rat tail ponytail.
He's got the braid. He's got the braid.
Yeah, it's giving him superpowers, man. I'm telling you.
He's got the braid. Sark also spoke about another guy who had an impact on Saturday and what he needs to do to go forward, but the impact he is having on the rest of the team. Parker Livingstone showing the rest of the team the path to get on the field. Here's what Sark had to say about Parker Livingstone.
Well, I think it goes back even a year, Cedric, like here's a guy that comes into our program and he's not the highest rated recruit. There was probably 15, 20 guys rated higher than him that came into our program with him, but he didn't let his ranking or how many stars he had dictate how he worked. And all he did his freshman year is work his tail off. All he did was seize the opportunity in spring, when Ryan and DeAndre were down. Because of the work he put in fall camp, his understanding of our offense, he can play multiple positions. We can move him around. I think the one thing he has, which we saw Saturday, is he is a real deep ball threat, and he's got great ball skills. He's got a really good catch radius. He's tough. So all those things add up to he's got a really significant role on this team. And you can see it again now with Dalen McCutcheon. Here he comes in, and again, he wasn't the highest rated receiver we signed, but all he's done is work really hard and earn his opportunity. I think it's a credit to our coaches, right? And it speaks to we're going to play the players that give us the best chance to be successful. And it's not always about how many stars you have when you get here. We tell all the players all the time, leave your stars at home, leave it on the mantle at your house, put them up on the wall. I don't care. When you come here, everybody's got a clean slate, and you're going to earn what you get. And so Parker has done that for us. And has earned everything that he's gotten, and he's got a really significant role on our team.
There's Sark talking about Parker Livingstone and kind of passing that message down. He feels like he is now he's not fully the guy, but he is maybe in that Michael Taft realm of somebody that you use as an example of there's plenty of guys on this team who should be above him, but he has outworked them all. And he has, put everything he has into this. So he is able to be the guy who's out there on the field getting a touchdown pass because he's working his butt off. And you need to be like that. You need to constantly be going to try and be better and better and better. It feels like he's maybe a newer example of that guy.
Yeah, imagine having a Michael Taft on the offensive side of the ball for this football team. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? And it wasn't just the one touchdown catch either. He almost had two. He was competing real hard for that other one, and it just got knocked out of his hands. Couldn't, made his best effort on that play. I don't know if a lot of people realize this, but that scramble that Arch had where he got out of the pocket and then went down the sideline for a first down, that was Parker Livingstone blocking for him on the edge and allowed him to get 5-6 more yards on that play. So this guy is putting in the work at every single aspect of the game, and he's got top end speed. And Sark mentioned it. He's got a big catch radius, and he's got good ball skills. And this is a guy that can be a consistent playmaker for you. That's massive, man. Because we were really concerned about the youth and the depth of this wide receiver core coming into camp. But watching Parker Livingstone on Saturday, when you've got guys like Ryan Wingo and DeAndre Moore out there who are expected to have really big seasons and are expected to have a decent game there. But this other kid out of I think he came out of Lucas Lovejoy, if I'm not mistaken. This other kid out of Texas, low 3-star kid, whatever, comes on the field and just, is your best receiver on the day. I don't think anybody expected that. So I think he's only going to get better and better. And before the end of the season, we're going to start hearing that annoying announcer trope. Arch Manning throwing the ball to his roommate for a touchdown. Again, their 15th touchdown connection of the year.
We're going to hear it. I thought we were going to hear it on Saturday. And then I was like, there's too many other things happening here right now.
Yes.
We can't have the happy roommate story right now. Sark also spoke about the offensive line and where he believes they are at after 1 week going into week 2, and kind of just looking at a position that was much scrutinized, we can say, over the last several weeks.
Yeah, I was very impressed by those guys. They weren't perfect. Again, you go back and watch the tape and you see some errors that occur, and that's understandable. And I think Arch's athleticism helps him a little bit too. He can get out of some precarious situations back there to not get sacked. I thought Brandon Baker had a really good first game performance. On the road in that environment, playing tackle. It's unfortunate. He had a couple of the false starts, which we all know it got difficult to hear at times. And then we just didn't communicate very well on the last play, where it looks like it's all on him, when in reality, it's really the totality of all of them. It was poor communication. That's when your communication's got to be at its best at the most critical moments. But all in all, I was pleased with that group, and we need to continue to get better. But the fact that we were able to run the ball effectively the way they did, and it wasn't really gimmick runs. I mean, we ran right at them, and they protected against a good front. I think bodes well for us in the future if we can continue to improve.
Sark there speaking about the offensive line. He did also mention in this media availability that he does want to see them finish more and be more consistent in blocking on the perimeter, blocking downfield, and creating that as an entire team. That they did it well at points, but they didn't consistently do it. And you have to consistently do it to get the ability to have those breakout explosive plays on the run game. Matt has talked about it a lot for you, about trying to get somebody and finding that person. We talked about with Christian Clark, finding that person in the run game who's going to be able to break you that 40-yard run that is a game changer, a field changer, that even if you don't even score, you completely shift the trajectory of the field position game and maybe put yourself in a better position on the next drive because of that one big run in those really good defensive games. But the offensive line did what they were supposed to do for a week one, but now week 2, week 3, week 4, you want to see them start to impose their will a bit more, maybe get a little more confidence in the run game.
Yeah, absolutely. And, that's all stuff I talked about early on. But I like that he kind of gave Brandon Baker a break. And because when you watch that highlight, it's very easy for the casual fan to say, oh, Brandon Baker just sucks. He didn't see that guy. He lost this game for us because of that play. When in reality, it's, this guy's a redshirt freshman. He's playing his first game on the road at the Shoe. It's really loud. It's incumbent upon multiple people to make sure that he's in the right position on every single play. That's on Arch for not calling it out, from his spot at quarterback. That's on Cole Hudson at center for not calling it out from the center position. These guys all have to work together to make sure that they all have the right assignments so that the play goes off without a hitch. And he's right. They communicated poorly on that play, and Brandon Baker took a lot of the heat for that. And the penalties are the penalties. Yeah, it's unfortunate those things happened. I think those things get cleaned up as you go forward. But this offensive line, I going into the season, it was my biggest concern about the offense, bar none. Yeah. Not even close. And coming out of the game, that's the part of the offense that I'm probably the most confident about outside of maybe the running backs. Like, I thought the offensive line did tremendously well against an extremely talented Ohio State front and against a defense that was being aggressive and confusing. And Arch had a clean pocket for the majority of that football game, which is something that Quinn Ewers did not have against Ohio State the year before.
Yeah.
So, it's very encouraging to see that week 1, game 1 in that kind of a matchup. And then going forward, you're going to feel more and more confident about it as the weeks go
on. Sark also was asked about Arch being under center, something Quinn Ewers did not really do. But putting Arch under center and using him in different aspects of a game, the offensive line is going to have to protect a little bit differently than they did for Quinn. Here's what Sark had to say about the plays with Arch under center.
Again, I think we try to do things to play to the strengths of, the people that we have. And in this instance, we're talking about the quarterback. I think Arch has a natural feel under center. And when you can get under center, the run game hits a little bit differently. You can get the running back, 7.5 yards behind the quarterback. You can run a little bit more downhill. I think that in turn helps your play action pass game. And so, I don't think that was a one-off for Ohio State. I think that's going to be part of our offense moving forward throughout the season.
So Sark saying that will be part of the offense going forward. Sark, that Arch is going to play under center a little bit more. Are you pro having Arch play at different positions, being shotgun, being in the pistol, being in the under center some? Are you pro that or against that?
Yeah, I'm good with it because I think that it changes things up in terms of what defenses are going to see as opposed to last year. And it also, I agree, it's, running the football, I think, is more effective when you're under center rather than when you're in shotgun, especially with these backs that they have. Most specifically, CJ Baxter, I think, is going to thrive in that kind of setup. So, yeah, I'm fine with it. I don't think it's good or bad necessarily one way or the other. Like, I think that Arch passing the football is probably going to feel more natural for him out of the shotgun. but I think the running game is going to be a little bit more effective out of the being under center. But we'll see. Whatever you can do to change things up and make things a little bit different from last year, so not everybody's expecting the same exact thing that they saw the year before, I'm good with. I'll be honest, though, I wouldn't be surprised if, and I'm not saying this happened one way or the other, I just, in my brain, it seems like something that might have occurred. Maybe the Mannings were like, hey, we want to see him go under center a little bit while he's in Austin because it's going to help him get prepared for the NFL. And Sark's probably like, yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't surprise me at all if that was something discussed of a way to get him in there. It could have been something that, you talk about with Neil Brown, bringing in Neil Brown and helping in the running game. It could have been, you bring in a couple West Virginia guys and they go, well, we found if you want to run the ball this way and you want to be able to get a push, this could be part of a bigger picture of how you run things in the red zone. When you just say, well, we kind of want to go under center at times in the red zone, but we don't want to show our hand by going under center in the red zone. So if we do it everywhere, then we have more plays for it now. And we have other things we can do going under center. I think there's multiple reasons why it makes sense. And yes, the Mannings could easily be that, but there's plenty of reasons that it can make sense to do it.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Don't worry, hair of the dog. We're going to get to the Jerry Jones hour.
We'll get there. We'll also get Sark was asked about the tackling. Tackling really was a good level against Ohio State, not letting guys get off big plays. You didn't see the plays that you saw rampant over other games watching football over the last week. You saw so many guys break 7-8 tackles in a game, like in one play. It would be you just watch a guy and he get head of steam and then arm tackle, and like Alabama couldn't tackle, right? We saw them play well in tackling. Here's what Sark had to say about Texas tackling after week 1.
Yeah, I would say the two things for me coming out of the game in general, for us as a team that, you're always trying to find areas for where you can improve, but then you're always trying to find bright spots in a ball game. And the first was our ability to take care of the ball on offense. The ball was never on the ground. I know we threw the one interception, but I thought our ball security on offense was tremendous. That's always a concern going into week 1. And then the other concern in week 1 is your ability to tackle. And I thought we tackled really well. I thought we had really good leverage on the ball. I thought we wrapped well. I thought we played with really good effort, which didn't put us in a lot of one-on-one tackle situations, where we had multiple white hats around the ball to get people on the ground. And that's going to be important in this game because the run and shoot, create space, and half of that offense is get the completion, make the first guy miss in the open field. And so owning our leverage, wrapping when we tackle, not just trying to knock people to the ground, but wrapping up. And then the second man in, coming in, attacking the football, I think is going to be big as we continue to move forward. But again, a ton of praise for our ability to get a lot of good football players on the ground last Saturday.
And Sark praised for what they did tackling, but still got to throw in, we got to strip the ball sometimes. If we're getting really good leverage and then a second guy's attacking, that's your job to go in there. And it did. There were points where, especially defensively, it just felt like no one wanted to screw up. It was very the emphasis was put on Texas not making a mistake and allowing a missed tackle or allowing somebody else trying to make a big play, and they did not. They did not allow. I mean, really, you get the one big play with Carnell Tate, and that is still pretty well defended. He does knock the ball out of his hands, and he just makes another catch while being tackled. So all of that, even that, you're like, that happens. They have really great players, but overall, you do want to see over the next few weeks. Okay, we want to see you still tackle, but let's start really making them pay with that second guy. Let's not allow it to be two guys wrapping up and holding him up or trying to take him out. Let's let that second guy come in there and lay the wood, or the second guy come in and knock the ball loose. But I don't want to see 4 guys holding a guy up, pushing him backwards. We want to see the ball coming out.
Yeah. That was kind of the one thing that the Texas defense did that was a little bit unfortunate in that game. I thought they played incredibly well defensively. I saw somebody comment earlier that you can't tell if it was bad offenses or good defenses. I completely disagree. I think it was 2 really elite level defenses showing everything that they could do.
Yeah.
Texas didn't make very many mistakes off defensively. When they did, it cost them. The penalties on that one drive, and then that led to a touchdown, and then the insane play by Carnell Tate. You can't even really call a mistake because Jalen Gilba knocks the ball out of his hands, and Carnell Tate somehow just manages to get his hands back on the ball and come down with it. I mean, Patrick, there's probably 4 or 5 receivers in all of college football who can make a play like that. He's one of them. The other one was lined up on the other side of the field from him. Jeremiah Smith.
The other kid, was it Miami kid who made that insane catch?
Yeah, like he's one of them. Ryan Williams. Like there's
I'm just picturing the catch in my head where he goes back and he's falling backwards and he puts the one hand out and there's a defender there ready to get the interception and it's a touchdown. Like those plays, You're like, what are you going to do in those moments when someone just makes a play like that?
Yeah, exactly. But in terms of the fundamentals of the game and the way that Texas played defense, I thought they did an outstanding job. And I think that over these next 3 weeks, when you have a chance to kind of work on a few things, you really need to work on the turnover aspect of the game.
Yes.
You need to be more aggressive in the secondary. You need to be more aggressive when you're trying to force a fumble and those kinds of things. And I think that stuff's going to come. I completely agree with Harry the dog here. The defense looked awesome. The rest of the team really looked good. Arch didn't look good. I think as good as this defense was in week 1, I think it's just going to continue to look better as we go on. And when they start forcing turnovers, you're really going to say, okay, this is the best defense in the country.
And finally, they were asked about the coach for San Jose State coming from a military school with a triple option and then changing up to the spread and shred. Ken Niumatalolo is the man's name.
Nice
who
work,
is the coach.
Patrick.
I have to look at it. I have to look at it and slow down. But I know it. It's Ken Niumatalolo. I can get it if I look at it. You just got to say it, and I'm going to say it wrong 15 times. But it's his interesting story heading to San Jose State and basically completely changing his philosophy. Here's what Sark had to say about that.
I think it's a credit to Ken. He, obviously at the academy and the option game and the success that he had at Navy for so many years was just tremendous. And he's a good friend that way of just getting to know one another over the years. And then, they decide to go in a different direction. He goes on to San Jose State. And for him to make the change philosophically, to go from the option game to the run and shoot game, I think speaks a lot to his trust in his coaches. The one thing that holds true is their style of play, and it is fast and it is physical. And that starts on the defensive side of the ball. It carries over into special teams. And I know you think, run and shoot, they're throwing it. They are. But man, they're physical and they're nasty up front. The run and shoot is a very difficult offense to defend, and Coach Stutzman, who played in it in Hawaii under June Jones, he's got a wealth of knowledge in it. So different tasks that way. We're still got to stop the run, but man, you better be on your stuff coverage wise. You better be on your stuff in your pass rushes. You let them stand back there and throw the ball, it can make for a long day.
There's Sark giving you a little preview there of San Jose State and the coach for San Jose State. I had the thing up. I took it off my screen. Ken Niumatalolo. There we go. But and it's just an interesting story of changing it. They're going to chunk it a lot, tons and tons of passing because the run game's not going to work. The run game didn't work against Central Michigan. It's not going to work against Texas. So if you say the run game is probably not going to be there, you're just going to have to throw that ball. And I think you're going to see a ton of underneath stuff. Like, they're going to take their shots downfield, but they know that's risky. You have to take underneath stuff and then hope to break out of one of those tackles or just move the ball at all. But I think you're going to see a ton of underneath stuff for passing out of this offense that would like to throw it more downfield. It's hard to do.
Yeah, especially against a team like Texas that has so much speed everywhere and has those edge rushers that are going to get after you if you try to drop back and hold on to it to hit something downfield. I think that's the only hope that San Jose State has on Saturday is underneath stuff and hoping that you get the right blocks and you're able to spring for a big play. That's when you're a team like San Jose State, that's the only really real option that you have against a team with the team speed like Texas does. But look, Ken Niumatalolo, did I say it right?
I think so.
Ken Niumatalolo is one of my favorite coaches in college football. What he did at Navy was very impressive.
Yeah.
I think it's really cool that he's completely changed his philosophy to fit a new scheme and be successful at it. And at San Jose State, he's a great guy. He's obviously very close with Sark. They're really good friends, but it's going to be a fun matchup. I don't want Texas fans to freak out if they hit a big play or two, because I think that the way that this offense is built, they're going to hit a big play or two. It's just a matter of minimizing how many of those they get and forcing a couple turnovers. And at the end of the day,
and I mean, the reality is you don't want to see a 65-yarder, but if you see a 26-yarder or something like that, you're like, yeah, they just found a soft spot in the defense in a game where they, if you're talking about being on your own 20, 25-yard line, there's going to be soft spots in that defense. Just they'll find them. And they have movie character Danny Scudero. Maybe not even movie character. Danny Scudero from San Jose State sounds like a Saved by the Bell guy.
Yeah, or network TV version of Friday Night Lights. Danny Scudero. He's got straight A's. All the girls love him. He's the best athlete on the field, just like Freddie Steinmark.
Yeah, all the girls love Danny Scudero. It feels like it. All right, there's some audio there from you from Sark today, speaking to the media as we start to get ready for San Jose State coming up here. Hair of the dog. We'll get to our Jerry Jones hour here in a minute. I had a friend that I was with last night who was asking me about football and stuff. And then he was like, well, Jerry Jones said, and I'm like, I'm going to stop you right there. I'm going to stop you right there. Let me explain to you some things about Jerry Jones. And then about 5 minutes later, after my ranting was done, he was like, okay, all right. So we're not going to use Jerry Jones said anymore as a statement to use it with Patrick around. Maybe he's not going to come back and be like, he's a liar. He's going to lie to you. But we'll get into that. The Cowboys do play tonight, and 2 hours and change. We get to see the Cowboys. I'm curious. Do you think 7:20 is the actual start time, or 7:20 when they're like, okay, now let's do the anthem and now let's do the lineups, and it'll be like 7:35, 7:40 when we actually get the game?
My guess would be the latter. It's the first NFL game of the year. They're going to try and stretch it as much as they possibly can and get all the coverage and all that stuff. So, yeah, it's going to be a late one.
It's going to be a late one. That's all right. This one also is going to be on NBC, so it is on national television. You do not have to have your Prime ready for this game. I know the Prime will be for the other ones, but this one you can just get on NBC. So nothing too crazy for you to have to pull out one of the 45 apps. You can also get it on Peacock if you want. We'll get into that and talk some more NFL as we'll get to play the schedule game again with Matt. I've got it ready and set up to see. I don't remember. I got to go back and find the old schedule. It's somewhere in my files. But we will get a new schedule. We'll wipe that one clean after the trade and get into a new one with Matt when we come back here after a quick word from our sponsors, rolling into hour 2 of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered here on hour number 2 of Open Gym. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on his side. Text line's open, 512-222-9328. I see my man Chan throw on there. I'll talk to you, Chan, in just 1 second. You also hit us up on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Chan throwing in on the chat. He asked, do we think Leon Lefau is going to make it to the NFL? Yes. Leon Lefau will be an NFL player. Almost no doubt in my mind about that. The question is he a day 2 pick or a day 3 pick guy? But Leon Lefau will play in the NFL. He is really, really good. And then a sidebar, doesn't Parker Livingstone look like a young Nicolas Cage? I had not noticed that one.
He does. He looks like he kind of looks like Nicolas Cage in Raising Arizona, I think it was.
Okay.
Way back in the day. Yeah, Leon Lefau is going to play in the NFL. I have no doubt about that. That Saturday, I thought he would probably before, but that game on Saturday just 100% confirmed it for me. I'm a little sad, by the way.
Yeah.
I just filled out my schedule game that we're going to play here in a minute in my notebook. This is a notebook that I got at the 2025 college football playoff semifinal in the Cotton Bowl that they gave to us. And I just used the last page.
Oh, the last page.
The schedule game. So sad day.
New time for a new notebook. Hey, the good news is since school just started, I saw a lot of school stuff is now in clearance and at the store. So you can get a couple new notebooks now. They're marking them down a couple bucks because they did not sell all of the ones they thought they were going to sell. So you may be able to get one. He also asked about Wardell Mack. We heard he got arrested. Sark said today he got arrested. We're aware of the situation is what Sark said. And basically until anything else happens, he's probably not going to play. But there was, he wasn't going to play a ton this year anyway. And, you make a dumb decision somewhere, you're not going to get to play the same. So they know, but they have not said anything yet about it. So there's not much we can speculate. And he's not a player that it matters wildly of him not being able to play, that it's going to affect Texas completely.
Yeah. The situation is going to play itself out. We'll see what happens. I'm sure it'll all end up being fine. He'll learn his lesson.
Hopefully he does. Don't get a friend. Always have a friend. Get a ride, get an Uber, get a Lyft. You're making NIL money. I get it. Let's get into it, Matt. It's hour 2. We've been waiting to play the schedule game with Matt here since the Micah Parsons trade went down. He is asked to redo his schedule game. I will redo it with you, Matt. So we will see our new where we feel where they will be now, if we get a win or a loss for these teams. So let's start off. We can talk about the game tonight too in this. We talk about football for 8 seconds, man. I tell you. But if we get into the game tonight, this is a game against the Eagles that, really looking across the board, it's hard to tell where Dallas has an advantage at something. And that's kind of the problem of, well, you have a decent offense. Well, they have Jalen Hurts. You have Dak Prescott. All right, that's going to go edge Jalen Hurts. You're probably a push at wide receiver. They have A.J. Brown and Devontae Williams. You got CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. You're probably around a push there. I mean, you could kind of give it to Philip, but I think it's around a push at wide receiver. They've been looking for a wide receiver 3 over and over again too. So we're really going to go, I'll just go a push there. They definitely got you at running back. I like Jaden Blue, but I'm going to go with Saquon Barkley in this one. At tight end is a push because I think they have Dallas Goedert still, right? Or they got Zach Ertz.
I give Dallas Goedert the edge all day.
I don't. He's an okay tight end. I think they're both okay. I'm not going to say either one of them. Let's put, if I'm grading both of them, they're both like B's. They're not game changers. Dallas Goedert's a decent tight end. The offensive line, they probably have a slight edge in that one as well on the offensive line. If we go on, going on the defense, is there anywhere?
It's better everywhere on Philly.
It's better everywhere. I mean, you probably have a better kicker.
Yeah, you do. You
got a better kicker now. So, hey, we got one. Hey, Dallas, we found it. Yeah, so it's a rough go for the Cowboys in this game because you're looking at it just saying you're basically outmatched personnel-wise because the Eagles are just stacked. They're just stacked. They've done a great job drafting. They've done a great job trading, signing free agents, developing their players. It's almost like it helps to have an owner that wants to win football games for real. All of that being said, for the Cowboys, then you have to look into it and go schematically, is there a way that you can pick apart this Eagles team? And we don't know what their schematics are it's a new coach. It's on both sides of the ball. It's new. We don't really know what schematic advantages you're going to be able to push. Now you're hoping that Kenny Clark's going to be able to figure it out in the first week, and that new built defensive line is going to be able to at least hold Saquon Barkley to under 100, I think is your hope. That's your best case scenario for you, is under 100 for Saquon Barkley, because he's a beast and his usage is through the roof. Like, that's the other piece with Saquon Barkley. They use him a ton. So just that being in the fact that you're like, the times that they're going to use him make it difficult, to say the least. At the end of the day, for the Cowboys to win this game, they're basically going to have to hit lots of big plays, really just really scheme some stuff up and score probably at least 28 points. You figure 28 to 35 is where you're kind of going to be in that window that you have to score, and then get some turnovers on the other side of the ball. Be really, really pushing. If Trayvon Diggs is back and Dron Bland, and go back to more of that Dan Quinn style of defense that was really opportunistic, where you're going to allow some points, but you're also going to get some turnovers, that's really your only shot to have much of a chance anywhere. So I don't think we're going to see much out of this game, Matt. I don't know if you have anything where you go, there's this weird chance that before you were a Cowboys fan, when you were a Cowboys fan, back in the history of football, that you maybe had a plan that the Cowboys had some sort of shot in this game?
No. I can't really think of a scenario in which Dallas does anything in this game. If they're going to have a chance, I pretty much agree with everything that you said. The problem is I just don't think that there's any way that they hold Saquon Barkley under 100 yards based on the way that this running defense has been the last couple of years. I get that they just got Kenny Clark, who's now your new magical run stopper, who's going to turn Dallas into the best run defense in the NFL. But he just got there last week. So even if he does end up being good at that, it's probably going to take a minute for him to learn the defense and learn where he's supposed to be and all that stuff. Yeah, you got to force turnovers, which Jalen Hurts is really good at not turning the ball over. Saquon Barkley doesn't fumble a whole heck of a lot. You got to minimize the big plays, which is really, really hard with Saquon Barkley and A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. And, it's just I just, the last 2 seasons, Dallas has lost to Philadelphia by an average of 31.5 points. I expect that to be very much the case this time as well. It may be a little bit better, but I think it's probably going to be about the same.
Yeah,
and Thursday night games are weird.
Thursday night games are weird, but it's also first week of the season, so there's not really a short week.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a short week technically, but you had all last week to prepare for this game as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not the same type of short week that you would normally have. Again, I mean, for the Cowboys, you've had a week. I mean, have you had a full week since Micah Parsons has been traded to defensively completely change your game plan and add in a new element? Have you had another week for everyone in your offense to be okay with this and really focus and really just go, okay, Micah's gone, no problem. A guy that Jerry said in an interview with Stephen A. Smith less than 2 weeks ago, was the face of the franchise. He's gone.
Mm-hmm.
There has to be some sort of mental part to that. The 96.5 is the line I see in the over-under for Saquon Barkley. So you have to have the under.
I love this.
Hey, he did not trade Micah Parsons to the Eagles, though. And the Eagles asked.
He just keeps making it easy on the Eagles each and every year.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. All right. So we both have a loss on week 1, not shockingly. Let's go. All right. This next week, though, is a difficult one to go. This is week 2. This is a Giants team that we think Russell Wilson is still the quarterback for. We think that this is a team that you may be able to gash up if you're a Dallas Cowboys offense. First W, they're 1-1.
Yeah. So last year, or last time we did this, I had the Cowboys finish the season at 10-7. I want to put that out there before we get going here.
Okay.
So I had them at 10-7. The first 2 weeks I have the exact same. I've got Eagles loss, Giants win.
Okay. Now we roll out to Chicago. And now we're playing this before Chicago plays their first game. Our opinions on Chicago could change dramatically in a week or two. Like this game we talk about in 2 weeks, this could be, oh man, you should beat Chicago. Caleb Williams isn't the guy. This isn't going to work. This is not a good Chicago team. Or it could be, holy crap, Chicago is a world beater now. Which way are you leaning when you're making your pick here?
Well, Patrick, before, in the last round of this, I had them beating the Bears. Last year, they were pretty good on the road. They won a good majority of their road games. Yeah. I think they only had 2 road losses last season. So good on the Cowboys for that. I expect that not to be the case this year. I am changing my pick. The Chicago Bears are going to win this football game.
I will go ahead and put the Cowboys down for a win here because I think Caleb Williams is still going to throw interceptions. But that's basically it. I think it's way, way closer, and I could buy into a loss and seeing what they do in the first couple of weeks. This pick may change before we get there. But I think that Chicago could still, I think there's still an opportunistic defense somewhere in this Cowboys defense, somewhere in there. And Caleb Williams is going to have a day and a half to throw the football. So I think he could make some mistakes trying to run around and do something as Caleb Williams likes to do. I could see him throwing some interceptions. Maybe he won't, but I'll give the Cowboys the benefit of the doubt on this one. Rolling into next week, though, they get to play Micah Parsons, his return to Dallas. You're pretty high on this Packers team, right?
Yes, I'm extremely high on this Packers team. And Dallas only won, 1, 2. They won 2 home games last year, if I have this correct. I think Packers are going to smoke them. Yeah, I don't think this one's going to be close.
This is a 7:20 game, by the way, so you will not get the full window world for Jerry. You always got to look at that one. If you're getting the 3:00 game, that is when the window becomes a problem for the Cowboys. I have a loss in that one as well. You go to New York now. You're playing the Giants early. Get them out of the way. Or is this a Jets game? Sorry, I took off the logos. It just says New York.
It's the Jets.
Okay, so you're at the Jets on this one.
I'm going to give the Cowboys a win here against my better judgment, but I'm I'm going to give them a win. I got the Cowboys at 2-3 after 5 games.
I'm going to go ahead and give them a loss here to even us back out. I think they're going to lose one of those games. They're both kind of close, and there is talent on this Jets team. And again, the Jets defense I think will be all right. And if you have a decent defense, you could probably beat this Cowboys team because the Cowboys are going to have to outscore you like every game. And so decent defenses and good offenses are going to be problems. I don't think they have the great offense, but I do think they have some talent. Breece Hall should probably get going if he's still on the team then. All right, headed to Carolina.
Cowboys win for me. I don't think that the Panthers are going to be able to stop them.
Well, I just talked about it, the being able to score on their defenses. Dallas should be able to put up 45 in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they should be able to do whatever they want against this Carolina defense, and their defense will be good enough to stop that. Let's go to our next game, Washington. You're playing Washington at home. This is a 3:25 game. The sun will be in the eyes of Jaden Daniels and Dak Prescott.
Washington wins this one. Cowboys 3-4.
Okay, I got a loss there too. Dan Quinn just continues to laugh at, how much did I dodge the bullet of being the head coach of this joke? Oh, I'm so glad I went to a team with new ownership in Washington. That's, they just played. They paid my wide receiver. I'm feeling pretty good about it right now. They got me a left tackle. They got me another. I'm feeling pretty good about being here right now.
Generational quarterback.
All right, they're good on the road. They're headed to Denver. Taking on Sean Payton, another coach that was supposed to be of the Cowboys. Back-to-back weeks should have been coaches of the Cowboys, or we're rumored to be future coaches. Sean Payton.
Yeah, easy one here for me. Broncos win. It's not close.
Yeah, Broncos defense is too good. That offense will get moving the ball. All right, Monday Night Football before the bye week. You're playing Arizona at home on Monday Night Football. Do you show up for the big game?
I think you do. I think this is going to be the Cowboys' best win of the entire season. I think they beat Arizona. It's a close one. It's a high-scoring one, but I think Dallas gets it done.
Oh, man. This one's difficult. This is a difficult one because I can see it both ways on this. And being at home doesn't really give me the advantage to the Cowboys because they were so awful at home last year. But I'm going to say on a Monday night, they get the win. If this was a Sunday game, I give it to the Cardinals. On Monday night, I'll give it to the Cowboys. They then travel to Vegas on a Monday night after the bye week. So bye week 10, week 11, they travel to Vegas. What are you looking at?
I've got a Cowboys win here as well. I think Ashton Genty is probably going to have his best game of the season against the Cowboys. But I think they're going to be able to score on this defense and shut down the passing game because I don't think Amari Cooper is going to be that much of a difference for them. So I'm going to go Cowboys here.
All right, Sunday. They play 3:25. That means we're getting more shade in the face of Jalen Hurts. Can Brian Schottenheimer coach in a way that Mike McCarthy was unable to use this as an advantage that Jerry Jones consistently says there's a way to do, and he won't tell his coaches what it is, but he knows it's there. Does Schottenheimer have the secret of how to coach with the window to beat the Eagles in week 12?
No. Eagles blow them out again.
All right, Thanksgiving. Fat and happy on Thanksgiving. Turn on the TV. You're playing the Kansas City Chiefs, possibly the greatest one-score win team in history a year ago, of just somehow pulling out wins. Patrick Mahomes may be the greatest quarterback ever in one-score games. He is amazing in those. The Chiefs are really good in those. I don't know if there's a one-score game on Thanksgiving. What do you got for Kansas City? And by the way, it's at 3:30, so we're gonna get Patrick Mahomes with some sun in his face.
I'm gonna go KC here. My question for this game is over under how many times they show Taylor Swift in the press box or in the suite. I'm gonna go with over under 10 on that one. I'm gonna take the over, and I've got the Chiefs winning by 1 billion in this game.
Over under, how many times does Jerry Jones try to inappropriately touch Taylor Swift?
At least
You can
once.
say under. Just old man touch somebody, when you're like, hey, your hand's kind of drifting there, Jerry. Your hand's drifting. Let's go. Week 14. You head out to Detroit on Thursday Night Football. Playing against Ben Johnson's gone. They're going to be terrible, right?
No, they're gonna kill Dallas. I've got Detroit here all day. The crowd is going to be crazy in that one.
Okay. All right. So we've gotten through those. Another loss there. How about J.J. McCarthy? J.J. McCarthy going up against this is Sunday Night Football now. J.J. McCarthy versus the Cowboys. You hate J.J. McCarthy. You have to give the W here, right?
So I've got this one written down as loss/win because this is the only one that I couldn't really decide on. I just think I think Minnesota is going to be able to lock them down defensively, and I think Minnesota is going to run the ball down their throat, and J.J. McCarthy will have to throw like 17 passes for them to win this game. So I want to go Vikings. 4 straight losses in my book for Dallas.
And mine as well. And it's not getting better, guys. Then they play the Los Angeles Chargers.
Yes.
I deleted the logos. It does not say.
Yeah, it's the Chargers at home in Dallas.
At home in Dallas. What do you think here?
Chargers, easy. Another loss for Dallas there. 5 in a row.
I'm going to go ahead and give them a win because I think they win one of these games. So I'm just going to give them a win here because I think they will hypothetically win one of these games. I don't know which one, but I'm going to put it on the Chargers, but it could be any of them. All right, we go to Christmas Day, opening presents, having a good time with family. How fast until that new bottle of bourbon that Matt gets flung against the wall, smashed to a million pieces as they play at Washington on Christmas Day?
Well, I'm going to be at my girlfriend's house for Christmas, so if I did that, I probably wouldn't get invited back. So it's probably all just going to get drunk instead.
Okay.
But I've got another loss. I've got, what is this, 6 in a row?
6 in a row. Not
6
looking good.
losses in a
This
row.
is a very different record than what you had going in with Micah Parsons.
It is.
All right. Finish it out. We don't know the day. It's a flex game, but they will finish the season on against the Giants in New York. They're finish out the season strong, Matt?
Yeah, I've got them with a win. I just don't think the Giants are anywhere close to being a competitive NFL team. And if you look at the results of these games from the last, dating all the way back to 2021, Dallas has won 9 straight against the Giants. I think they make it 11 straight by the end of the season. So I've got a win there. And that puts the Cowboys at 6-11 for me now, as opposed to 10-7, which is what I had them at before. And the big swing games in this one for me that really changed it for me was the Bears and early on in the season. And then I had them beating the Vikings, the Chargers, and the Commanders. And I've got them losing all 3 of those games late in the season. So
yeah, no, I believe I had 9 wins on mine before. And so I'm down 3 now just because it feels like that defense is going to be pretty easy to get through. Maybe they'll change opinions tonight. We'll see what happens tonight. I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, a stark drop off there at the end. Also, I love the win for them the last week of the season being thrown into where you're a 6-win team, and that's probably like 2 or 3 spots in the draft. If you win that game, it probably gives you a little bit more off. We also think the Packers have the 32nd pick in the draft, just to throw more shade onto Jerry Jones for making that trade. But yeah, we both put them down to a 6-win team this year now. I still feel like they're probably a 7-win team. I don't know where that 7th win comes from, but I still feel like it just doesn't feel like there is more talent on this roster. It's just not spread around in the best places, and it's not it does. It's like you just lose one really great talent that kind of makes you feel like it lifts everybody else up. It's like we always talk about the Cowboys before they got George Pickens. And you were like, Jalen Tolbert may not be a bad number 3, but he's a bad number 2. And now you're like, well, okay, Ezeraku, Sam Williams, Dante Fowler. Who am I leaving out? Who's the last one I'm leaving out?
I couldn't even tell you at the moment.
There's one more. There's one more out there that's another pass rusher for the Cowboys.
Peyton.
It's the other starter.
Sam Williams.
Oh, Marshawn Nealon. Sorry, Marshawn Nealon.
Oh, Marshawn Nealon, yeah.
But Marshawn Nealon, who played well last year as well. I don't want to leave him out because he played well at some points too. But all of those guys on the other side of Micah Parsons have potential to make some plays, right? But now that none of them get to be on the other side of Micah Parsons, it really takes a shot. So now you need a Marshawn Nealon, because I don't think Sam Williams, he always kind of seemed like he needed to be in a more like package guy. He never seemed like an every down guy. Marshawn Nealon looked really good at times last year, but that was playing on the other side of Micah Parsons at times. He looked better. We're going to see with Donovan Ezeraku as well. Dante Fowler, they pick up again, felt like a good piece to use in rotation, but not an every down, this guy's going to save you kind of guy. And when you talk about that, and now you're like, your main pass rusher is probably Oza Odighizuwa. Coming up the middle is probably your best actual pass rusher.
Maybe.
I mean, well, he got paid $30 million a year, and it wasn't for run blocking or run stopping.
That's a fact. I feel like by the end of the season, Donovan Ezeraku is going to be your best pass rusher. But I think that's going to take time. And maybe you can move him into Micah Parsons' role by later on in the season. But right now, you're absolutely right. It's just like the pass rush is not going to be there because the other team's not going to have to account for Micah Parsons on every single play. By the way, Micah Parsons had the highest pass rush rate, success rate in the NFL on first and second down last season.
I mean, yeah. There's part of me that is excited to watch this Dallas defense, but mainly as someone who is not a Cowboys fan, mainly someone who's like, I just want to see what it is because we've been talking about it so much. I'm curious to see what this Dallas defense, are they any better at stopping the run? Are they at least tackling now? Like, do the linebackers play at a higher level with Eberflus than they were playing last season? And at least they're kind of step into it. And even if Jalen Hurts is able to, throw the ball around a little bit more and you get some big completions, can you slow down them being able to play complementary football at all? Can you slow them? Can you make a turnover or two? Like, those are the pieces. Like, is there anything redeeming that will come out of this? And I'm just not sure if I'm not sure if the talent level, like the secondary healthy is interesting. The secondary, now the safety isn't, but the DBs are interesting when healthy. If you want to tell me Siobhan Revelle is a rookie, see if he can play, if he can get in, he's probably not going to do great because of the injury in his rookie season. That may be a next year kind of thing. But Kyer Elam, Kalen Carson, Trayvon Diggs, and Deron Bland, is there something there that's it? Okay, they're an okay secondary. They may not be the best, but they're, top 10. They could be in that world of a secondary. Can they be there? Or are they middle of the pack, below middle of the pack? The linebacker core, Eberflus is supposed to be a linebacker guy. They don't necessarily have huge amounts of talent. If I look over at what the depth chart is for them, that it looks like it's going to be Leofau, Murray, and as your two main starting linebackers. You got Damone Clark up there as well, but that's not star players there. So I'm curious to see if they're able to stop it at all. Because all signs point to it not being good. It being a really, really bad defense, right? All signs are pointing to that. And you're just like, it's an NFL team, though. And NFL teams, I cover so much college football, and then you remember when you go back and watch NFL after that, you're like, these are all still NFL players. And so where is that talent gap? How big is it for this defense?
I agree with you on the secondary. I think it has the potential to be good as long as everybody stays healthy, especially if Siobhan Revelle can come back and, be an every game kind of a guy and get healthy. I think the linebackers are going to be a little bit better because I like Kenneth Murray a lot. I think he's going to fit really well into this defense. My problem is I just don't think you're going to have much of a pass rush, which is going to make things a lot more difficult on that secondary. So really the player that I think is the most critical to the Dallas Cowboys' success in 2025, well, there's two. Number one is Donovan Ezeraku.
Yeah.
Can he be the impact pass rusher that you desperately need with Micah Parsons now gone? And all jokes aside, the other one's Kenny Clark.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
If you can actually get a decent push in the middle and stop the run with Kenny Clark there, then your defense is going to be better for it. But if you don't, everybody's just going to run the ball down your throat all day long, and your secondary is not going to, as good as your secondary is, they're just not going to be able to do much.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you have like roughly a $60 million interior defensive line now.
Mm-hmm.
It should be decent.
Should be.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, if you're spending that much money on the interior defensive line, they should be able to stop something. And hair of the dog, I get it. I get the bananas in the tailpipe. I'm aware. I'm just trying to look at this as somebody to say, it's the NFL. It's not college football where when it's bad, it is bad in college football. Like there's guys who shouldn't be playing. In the NFL, there's normally not that bad of a thing. Now you look at like Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson and you go, okay, those are maxed out ceiling B+ players. Ceiling is B+. They're never going to be even an A-. So like there's too many of those guys on this defense to ever think, oh, they could be a great defense. The question is, can they go from being a defense that had a potential with Micah Parsons to really affect teams to can they still be a middle of the pack defense and not necessarily give up a ton of runs, not give up a ton of passing and lose games, but be closer to fixable? And then, or are they a complete rebuild? And I think that's kind of where I'm watching this for. Like, is it a real problem all over or not? And hair of the dog, the thing is I can believe they have fans. What I can't believe is that people consistently side with Jerry Jones. That's the one that always gets me, that they side with the guy who is screwing them over. And like, but no, it's actually what's going to happen. You're like, no, look, the run defense may be better. Secret thing. Every other team went out and helped their run defense without trading away a generational talent. They all found a way to do it. You just had to be the guy to be like, oh, the only solution is to press the nuke. That's the only way.
That is a mic drop from Patrick, ladies and gentlemen. I can't really agree with him any more than I agree with that. I don't necessarily think that this defense has to be a complete rebuild.
I don't think it does either.
I think that you trade Mozzie Smith for a 7th round pick. You can trade Trevon Diggs for like a 3rd round pick or something like that. And then next year in the draft, with your 2 first round picks, you pick an edge rusher with your first pick. And then you get, another good defensive player with your 2nd pick, and you've got a better chance to be a good defense at that point. I mean, hell, maybe even pick Anthony Hill if you're picking 5th or 6th overall. I don't know.
Yeah. No, and this is the reality of it is I'm really curious to see which players have the potential to be starting Pro Bowlers. I'm not just going to say Pro Bowlers because Pro Bowlers Tyler Huntley is a Pro Bowler. He was a former Pro Bowler. That's how much that word means to me. Tyler Huntley, fifth quarterback for the Cleveland Browns in the preseason, was a Pro Bowler like 2-3 years ago. So you can get in because other guys don't want to be there. Just saying.
Update from John Machota, Dallas Cowboys insider for The Athletic. Jaden Blue is inactive for tonight's game.
Oh, come on. Want to see that.
There goes your big play potential for the Cowboys in the running game. So now I'm even more certain that the Eagles are going to win by 30.
Oh, good Lord. All right. Chan did ask on the text line, how many rushing yards is Dallas going to make? So I think he's asking how many rushing yards is Dallas going to run for, which is another question on the other side of the ball. With Jaden Blue out, 56.
Yeah, less than 70.
56 I'll go with. There's my prediction. With Jaden Blue, 89. 56 without him. I just like, I think you're going to run the ball. The big issue is I think you're going to run for under 4 yards a carry. So you're going to keep running the football because you have to, but you're going to run for like 3.8 yards per carry.
Yeah.
Because that's what the Cowboys have done the last several years. They run for 3.8 yards per carry, and then they think it's okay.
This game, they're not going to run for 3.8 yards per carry. In this game, they're going to run for 2.1 yards per carry. They're gonna try to run the ball like 25 times. They're going to get 2.1 yards per carry.
They may. It is going to be brutal. All right, let's take a break. And they don't have to apologize to Matt Chan. He is now a Texans fan. He's on board in Houston, man. He has left the DFW behind him. He's got the Oilers hat on right now, which is technically a Titans hat, by the way. But
no,
I get it. I get it.
It is a throwback Houston hat.
I'm aware. I'm just saying. I refuse to buy Oilers stuff because I know who gets the money in the back end for it, so I just refuse to buy it. I'm just like, I'm not giving the Adams $1, not $1 of mine. Let's hit this break. Come back, get to our meathead of the day. It's not Jerry Jones. It should be every day, but it's not. We'll get back to it. We come back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you got hip problems, if you got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the buck and Relax the Back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, rolling into the final minutes of the show before the NFL season begins tonight. Mattis can't be more excited to watch the Dallas Cowboys get blown out by the Eagles tonight. We get it going. Let's get to our meathead of the day, Matt. Let's see what we want to go with here first. How about this? How much would you like to have one of these in your mansion, your gym, maybe?
His newest locker room addition is ice cold. No, literally. They have these 2 machines that make their snow room reach 7 degrees Fahrenheit. It's the same technology used in the Alps to produce snow when they don't have enough. It's the first of its kind in North America and a big boost for TCU.
The TCU snow room here, Matt. It is apparently one of their new recruiting that it can get super, super cold. I don't know if this is somewhat of the cold plunge thing, if this is just to cool down after a Texas summer. I don't know fully what it's for, but they do have the ice snow room at TCU now. What are your thoughts?
I don't understand. Like, why? Like,
Well, it's hot.
Yeah, but I mean, just do a cold bath. Like, do one of those ice bath things. Like, why do you need to spend all the money for a snow room? Like that's so gimmicky.
Yeah. I mean, it's got a Nike logo on the door, so maybe Nike paid for it. I don't know. But yeah, TCU trying to do something different to get the recruits in. Has a snow room. It doesn't look comfortable to sit in, is the thing. Like, it looks like it's kind of just rock. So I don't know. It doesn't feel like a sauna where you're like, oh, there's seats and I don't know.
You just walk in there and stand for a couple of minutes and then walk out when you're about to go hypothermic. Like, I don't get it.
I also I don't know if 7 degrees is where we want to go.
No, like, why not just
it's too cold. Yeah, it's too cold. Like, this feels like a place that you just put your beers, right?
You don't freeze your beers.
That's true. Yeah, put my beers in there. Put your liquor in there, maybe.
Put your liquor in there, yeah.
Yeah,
maybe Sonny Dykes got a bottle of scotch in there somewhere.
They cracked after their embarrassing Bill Belichick. How about this? And we'll see if we'll be able to read it here. The Seattle Seahawks have announced they will put undercover police officers in opposing teams' gears at games to try and flesh out people who are acting unruly to the visitors in Seattle. They're going to put some undercover cops out there. I'm not fully opposed to this in the sense of there are some places, I don't know if Seattle's one of them, that is really, really bad. The problem is it's normally not in the stadium that you're really worried about. In the stadium, it could be like, oh, that's annoying or whatever. You shouldn't get thrown out for talking trash at a game or whatever else. Sometimes it's over the line probably, but for the most part, it's okay. It's more the walk back to the car after a game. That's the one that's the most scary.
So every single year, I haven't been able to go the last 2 years because of work, but every single year, me and my high school buddies do a Cowboys road game trip where we go to a new stadium, a new away stadium to watch the Cowboys play. We've been to a bunch of places. We went to Seattle a few years ago. The Seattle Seahawks fans were the absolute nicest people on the planet. They were thanking us for being there. Like, they were like, oh, man, it's so great that we had some Cowboys fans out here. Please come back. Like, we really love having the opposing fans. You know, you guys won the game. Congratulations. Like, you guys are awesome. I was like, this is the nicest I've ever been treated in a stadium environment that I've been, like, even at a home game for the team that I cheer for, let alone a road game. So I think this is kind of dumb. That's one of the best places on earth to watch a football game.
So you'd be more for this at some other places.
Yeah, like at the Raiders games or the Eagles games. Or...
Well, with Oakland Raiders games, for sure. I don't know if Vegas is the same. I mean, Vegas is probably not even. Vegas is like, I mean, that's the whole thing is how many of those are Raiders fans even? Because that is a tourist place. Like, there's not people that live there as much as it's a tourist place. And they comp all those tickets and all that other stuff. So I'm not even sure if that one would be. But Oakland for sure. I think Philadelphia. I think you could do it in Philadelphia. One of the few places that has a jail cell under the building, or at least used to.
Yeah, one of the years we did the trip, we went to Oakland.
Yeah.
And I've never been so afraid in my life. Like, we weren't even wearing Cowboys gear, and people still knew we were Cowboys fans somehow. I wasn't even cheering for the Cowboys. And, like, guy poured a beer on me, and then there's just one Cowboys fan that was after the Cowboys won. It was the note card game. Do you remember that? With Derek Carr and the note card, and where they used the note card to measure the first down, like they stuck it in between the ball and the first down marker. Yeah. So it was the fans were already super pissed off, and then there's this like typical Walmart t-shirt Cowboys fan and walking away after the game is over, just talking so much shit to the fans. And I just see him disappear into a crowd of people wearing black and silver, like jumping on top of him. I'm like, dude, we got to get out of here. Like, this is not good. So I doubt it's the same in Las Vegas, but Oakland would have 100% needed this for sure.
Yeah, Oakland needed it. I think Oakland and Philly were the two that had jails underneath with active judges. Because,
Washington would be a good one too.
Yeah. Well, they got the new stadium now, right? You can get the new place, so they can build one down there and then build the jail underneath it. But the jail cell was always funny because it was like, it was always a deal of like they were trying to get people out before Monday, so that they could make it to work on Monday. So they would process him on Sunday and get him out because it was mostly drunken disorderlies. And then there's some video somewhere of a guy who's like getting arrested, and they're like, "Do you have anything to say?" And he's like, "Troy Aikman sucks." It's the best. All right, we got to get out of here. We got a Cowboys game to watch here in a little bit. So we'll get to that. We'll recap that, talk some more Texas San Jose State on a Friday show, make our picks, all that good stuff. Hope to have you join us tomorrow. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open Gym.